You ready to get started?
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome Robin and Chris from DOLA. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're so glad to have you. And I assume you have a presentation to show, or perhaps not?
I certainly could, but I had not prepared one specifically for tonight. But if there's anything that merits a visual, we could pull something up.
Okay, great. Then we don't have to try to all look at the screen. That's great. So this workshop tonight is to talk a little bit about Prop 123 because we have some new board members who have some questions about what it means for us as a town and what we need to do. So we have opted in to Prop 123. The workshop packet is pretty robust, so I'm not going to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the way we should do it is see if there are specific questions or if there's any updates that you would like to give us first about what's been happening, maybe what other communities are doing. I think that would be helpful.
Sure. I'll just give a few newsworthy, timely updates. One is that the new fiscal year, which started July 1st, there is a little more money in Prop 123 than was originally forecast. So we originally anticipated, if you remember last year, it was only half the amount of revenue available. And then we knew it would be approximately double for this year. They were anticipating between 318 to 320 million for the new year. Overall, the entire multi-agency Prop 123 effort. That came in a little higher. So we're at 327 million overall. DOLA portion of that is about 130 million. So a lot of that money is available to your community now through in the form of grants and loans for local governments. That would be forgivable loans for a developer in your community that wanted to seek those funds. That would be a forgivable loan, or excuse me, a loan they would pay back over time. But the exciting news is there's more money. And they recently published the new guidelines for the Division of Housing. Those monies are prioritized for, they've now got up to $70,000 per unit as gap financing. So if you're familiar with any of the other Division of Housing funding sources, usually it was 50, sometimes 60,000 per unit. So they've upped that to help folks get their capital stack and complete those units and achieve their Prop 123 goals. Their priorities include if your project has is a modular built housing unit, that gets a bonus, so you can get even more money for a project with that. Mobile.
Why is that?
Because the state has made so many investments in modular housing. So we're investing in all of the factories around the state. There were 9 new modular factories around the state of Colorado. So we want those businesses to thrive and help us achieve our housing goals across our communities. So modular is one of the bonuses, transit oriented. So if the project is on a transit line, housing that also includes childcare, because of course that's such a need. ADUs for wealth generation. So if the ADU encourages, like it's a deed restricted ADU that, let's say I'm a homeowner and I'm going to put one of those on my property and I'm a low income person, I could, it's wealth generation for me.
So that's like the
property taxes, yeah.
You guys tell us that's Can we just
sorry,
yeah, let it finish.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. So, and then one of the other things, density and energy efficiency, mixed use. So if you're investing in housing on the second story and commercial, retail on the first story. So those are all the types of things that they are trying to incentivize and encourage, but have set aside funding to support. So that's just on the DOLA side of the Prop 123 Did you say how much did DOLA of the 327? DOLA has 130 million, right?
230,
yeah. So there's more money. That's the good news. New programs are launching now. So today was the letter of intent deadline for Division of Housing, but there will be another one next month, right? So if you're interested in submitting funding proposals, we want to get those in by the September 15th deadline next month. So it'll be a rolling application cycle. So those are kind of some of the timely updates. We just heard that one of your neighbor communities, the town of Erie, may have just completed their goal with their newest housing project, their whole 3-year commitment. So it's very exciting for them. And they're having their groundbreaking event this week.
So thank you for that. And then speaking of Erie and projects in the hopper, now that y'all have been up and running for a while with this, I wonder if you could talk about some successes that you've seen and maybe some feedback about what's been learned by other communities in going through this process.
Especially small.
Especially
With
teeny.
limited.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one thing I'll say is that I should also congratulate you all on your latest award. Last week we announced Prop 123 funding for Town of Lyons and Netherlands to Fair Housing Coordinator. So
Yes,
that's
thank
exciting.
you.
Congrats
Yes.
on that. One of the successes I'd like to highlight is we love the Boulder County project with all of the housing partners coming together and looking at streamlining development review across a geographic region. Very innovative approach. It's considered a best practices in some other parts of the country. And so we were excited to see that approach here in the region. Of course, the project's just barely getting started. We're not sure if it's successful, but we like to see that, and we're highlighting it for other communities across the state to look at a similar type of approach. A lot of other communities like yours are looking at mobile home preservation as a good strategy, especially where you have development constraints. You don't necessarily have lots of new land that you can build on. You can't necessarily do the kind of multi-story density that a bigger city would consider. So those kinds of preservation programs, I think, are have a lot of potential for a community like yours, and other kinds of development incentive type programs, whether that's encouraging property owners to maybe switch from a short-term rental to a long-term rental to house local workforce, or there are programs in communities that are encouraging what are called buy downs, where you help a property owner pay off their mortgage in exchange for a long-term deed restriction so that that housing unit stays available and affordable in perpetuity or for a period of time. So the property owner still owns their property, but they've agreed, instead of selling to the highest bidder, that they're so a lot of really creative strategies and approaches. Our office is hosting a housing strategies peer exchange where communities can come together on Zoom once a month and share strategies that are effective. So for example, this Thursday morning, 9 a.m., that's a space where we'll be talking about incentive programs. Last week we talked about last month, we talked about housing authorities. And the prior month, we talked about expedited review strategies through software implementation. So we're just rotating the topics based on what we're hearing people interested in, and then having communities share with each other to learn. We don't all need to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from other successes. So I might just pause there and thank you. If you guys have questions.
That's great. I'll open it up and see if anyone on the board has questions.
People said we're really interested in looking at things that are kind of unique to small towns and Lyons in particular. Lyons basically built out roughly 10 vacant lots, all zoned, and they go for about $250,000. Lyons pretty early in the ADU promotion effort. A and also the administrative tasks involved in monitoring the income levels and qualifications of individuals like they do affordable housing. So it's a crude measure of limit size. We also waived our quite substantial tap fee. I guess my general question like that is, when there are like unique solutions because of unique situations, particularly in very small towns, how do those fit in the prop? Ever get any kind of credit or bonus to the Prop 123? Because we did a lot of things and it's been fairly successful. I've been surprised how many. It's not 30-year income limitations, you know, 80%. What, how do non-standard things fit into the evaluation process?
Yeah, that is a great question, and I've got a couple other community examples that I could share. But first, that idea that let's say a homeowner decides to put an ADU on their property. If the town, for example, had a program that encouraged that homeowner, if you do this, you know, we'll give you this, we'll give you some kind of bonus benefit, something. In exchange for the town gets something out of it, which is this ADU becomes something you can count towards your commitment, those 10 units that you're trying to achieve. And you would set up a program that says, you know, if you restrict it for the first 5 years, right, it doesn't have to be a 30-year.
That's what I was.
Right. So it could even be only a couple of years, and that might be just what the property owner needs to say, really all I have to do is rent it to a low-income tenant or an income-qualified tenant for the first year. Technically speaking, you count that when the unit gets permitted. And if that first resident qualifies and meets the 60% of AMI in that first year, technically it does count. If a different person moves in the next year, it doesn't matter anymore because you counted it at the time that it was permitted and the first resident moved in. Now, ideally, you really want to achieve broader affordable housing goals and not just meet the Prop 123 commitment. But that's for you to decide what is the incentive that would help the property owner say, well, I could get on board with that. I think the other thing is how you market it, right? Technically, as a public employee, if I didn't have my husband's income and raising my 2 children, I would qualify for 60% AMI. Thankfully, I have a spouse, and you know that's not my situation. But reminding people that these are all the people in your community. They're nurses and teachers, and you know all those folks. So I think it's in how you market it, right? So that people don't have that negative association.
Are you aware of any municipalities, small ones, perhaps counties, providing any kind of property tax incentives for ADUs? You have an ADU that's going to increase the value of the property, but the county or the town or the partnership rebate X percent of property tax or cap the property tax.
Across Colorado that are doing this type of thing, and so I would refer back to my notes and can share with you specifically ADU type incentive programs like that, and then other types of programs like the buy down type of program that I mentioned. Just ways for you to create those incentives and encourage the things that you want more of. Leadville is one example where the Leadville and Lake County partnered, and they did this campaign with their residents and said, if you can house a local worker, if you've got an extra bedroom, if you've got an ADU, if you've got any way to house somebody, we will, you know, they set up this incentive structure and they showed the market case, right? It could be a short-term rental and you would make approximately this much over the course of the year, or you could make it a long-term rental and make this much, and we will help. They did like a matchmaking thing. And they got a lot of workforce housed and a lot of property owners who said, I'm happy to be part of this program. Trinidad is a great example of a community that is working with downtown business owners to renovate the second story above their retail level and turn those into deed restricted housing, workforce housing units. So, we do have we collect these great examples across Colorado. There's a lot of evidence happening.
So just to follow on real briefly, so you said when you were talking about the ADU program, you talked about making it clear during the permitting process. What about existing ADUs? What if somebody has an existing ADU and says, hey, I want in that program?
I'm sure there's potential. You would just kind of have to figure out. One of the things I do want to mention is that you've all probably heard that the legislature just passed a new bill about ADUs.
Yeah.
So there's money coming to support subsidies for people to build new ADUs and for a local government to become eligible for it. So there's funding for property owners and there's funding for local governments. But local governments have to put a couple of strategies in place. I believe it's 2 strategies. You maybe already have 1 strategy in place. You maybe already have 2. And essentially, you would then become eligible and have funding to set up more incentive program type things.
And the last thing I'll ask is, so we're super happy about the housing coordinator. Thank you. We don't have a housing authority. And so when we talk about these programs, they sound great, but with a staff that works pretty hard now wearing many hats, it's hard to say, hey, would you do that too? So can you see within the realm of possibility Prop 123 money going to fund a staffing position to help with this?
Yes. So the other thing that we recently funded was another regional project that Lyons is part of with Gilpin County, Netherlands, and Lyons to explore establishing a regional housing authority. So that would be an entity. So that's Prop 123 money supporting that exploration and potential implementation, which could then handle that responsibility on behalf of your community. Is it not the case that Boulder County Partnership is currently acting as a housing authority?
Boulder County Housing Authority is currently a housing authority. We just do very much.
Right.
And they reconfigured recently,
Okay.
and we have a couple of people in contact, but now they get used to it.
Our projects just look different.
We're so small compared to the rest of the communities are building 400 units or whatever. So for us to build 3 or 4, it just doesn't ever make sense.
Well, that's why we saw there being the value in that regional partnership to establish your own. It really does.
Has the feasibility study on that partnership been done, or just been?
I believe it's just
Oh,
getting
it's
started.
RFQ just went out, I think, last week.
We haven't hired the firm yet, and then it will be a year. They have a year to do it.
Dave, I think, did you have a question?
I just want to be 100% clear of what you said. So ADUs would quote count if we, just based on what the AMI is and not based on deed restricted properties.
Right.
And
So
the initial AMA of that runner.
once upon a time we called it naturally occurring affordable housing. Market rate that happens to be affordable to the tenant who lives there or the owner who lives there. As we know, that naturally occurring housing is not readily available anymore, but theoretically it is still possible. And so if that ADU is built, it's a new permanent unit, and the first tenant that moves in happens to meet the AMI restriction and they're not paying more than 30% of their monthly household income, then in theory, that's a unit that your community can't count.
But do we have to have adopted a policy first to make that happen?
No, not for Prop 123.
How do they would come to the town to show their eligibility?
Right. And so the town is in the position of needing to document somehow in order to report to DOLA, this unit counts towards our Prop 123 commitment. Here's the evidence. Now, when it's Habitat for Humanity comes in and there's all these deed restricted units, that's pretty simple and straightforward. You're going to have a little more documentation, and we haven't mapped out what that looks like yet. DOLA is beginning a stakeholder engagement process this summer, I'm gonna say late summer, to ask communities, what are reasonable levels of documentation? And then publish guidance on that. So everyone's operating from the same set of understanding.
Well, we run our own utilities, and so we already do some, well, it's called, for utilities, it's called where we verify their income through the current companies, and yeah, so we.
Just to clarify, so when you adopted it back in November last year, those ADUs that existed prior,
They would not be counted unless now they get a new tenant that is.
You would count new units at the time of permitting. And you would only be able to count existing units at the time that they are converted or preserved. So, for example, mobile home park currently exists. If it's at risk of being bought by out-of-state investors to jack up the rents or bulldoze the whole thing and put something else on it, if the town steps in and helps preserve that to maintain the affordability, you would count it at that time of preservation, at the time that the agreement goes through. Right, those get a little more nuanced as far as when you count them. So an existing ADU, if you got a property owner to agree to put a deed restriction on, that would be the time that it was officially converted to affordable housing.
And just to clarify so we could then offer the property owner some sort of subsidy.
Correct. Yeah. Now, with that new legislation, and remember, there's lots of money available that is outside Prop 123. It's the biggest bucket right now that we have available, and it has a lot of flexibility as opposed to, if you go for HUD money, sometimes it has to be used under very strict terms. But the new legislation has a lot of money that will soon be available. So, for example, property owners could go directly to CHAFA, the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, and get a subsidy directly from them. But there is also a way for local governments to be awarded funds through DOLA, which they can then pass on to
My understanding, Lions they've made more progress in their affordable housing as percentage. Question for housing development. And that doesn't get counted. Is there some kind of bonus for those in the town? No, real. I mean, they're much closer to the Boulder County goal than say Erie or Boulder. So I don't know.
I think the bonus comes in when you all go to the funders and say, our community has made these efforts. We have a proven track record of delivering. And, that's where you demonstrate that you have the credibility and commitment from leadership that comes from local funding. I think when you think about the Prop 123 local government commitment that you made, those 10 units over 3 years, community probably needs a lot more than 10 units, right? So there's the law said set a baseline, make a commitment for 3%. For most communities, that's far short of their actual need, their actual, what I would call your local housing goals, right? But it's a way to move the needle, to really force every local government to move the needle if they want to be eligible for the funding. But hopefully you're doing strategies and implementation that help you reach your ultimate long-term goals and this short-term preference goal.
So this is all very helpful. Thank you. So specific question, all right, Mayor Castriata and Cassie from Broomfield was bragging that they got a check. And so I said, what for? And she started telling me about their program, but we were in the middle of a different meeting. So can you talk a little bit about what it is that Broomfield is doing, if you know?
I can tell you, and they say there was Prop 123.
Yeah.
Give me just a second to look this back up.
I think she said it was some sort of down payment assistance situation. So
Yes.
I'm just curious about what that looks like.
Actually, you know that the Denver Metro Down Payment Assistance Program, it includes Boulder County, doesn't it?
Well, I think I could be wrong, but I think Brookfield is basically through their housing authorities. You know, typically what you're doing is you're helping kind of property owner meet that 20%, at least a portion of the 20% down payment. Avoid PMI, that. Help them get to
So it is correct, once I got my list pulled up, Broomfield is, and probably through their housing authority, but they are part of what's called the Denver Metro Down Payment Assistance Program, which is all 7 counties. A very large chunk of funding was awarded, and that money goes to every eligible jurisdiction in the 7-county region. So remember, certain counties did not opt in, or certain communities did not opt in. Most did, yours did. That means one of your residents, your Lions, could apply for that down payment assistance program, and it would be Prop 123 money that helps them afford that homeownership opportunity.
And that's along with the rental assistance as well.
That's an example. When we have 10 vacant lots total in town, and they're going for $250,000 each, even some substandard lots of my house. As a practical matter, how would you turn that into? You're going to buy a $250,000 lot, utility connection, construction costs. How did that ever translate into a
Well,
unit?
often what happens is the town would purchase that lot and then become the developer and build that unit. And ideally, you would have a housing authority that would handle those types of things for you, right? But that's what a lot of communities are doing. And so for the first time, local governments are saying, what? Now I have to be a developer? I don't even know how to do this. So that's a lot of folks are walking that path for the first time. I'm not saying that's necessarily what you want to do, but that is what a lot of local governments are finding themselves doing.
Well, and it sounds like there's a lot of other innovative ways to approach this versus building, building.
Absolutely. Some communities are taking blighted properties that haven't been renovated in a long time and are not really habitable, and they're working on renovating those. They're getting remediation money through public health grants. They can use the Prop 123 money to renovate houses. So there are a number of strategies like that in smaller communities that haven't had as much development. It's with your community, but communities out in the Eastern Plains, they don't have any development, right? So they're having to take that approach.
Are you familiar with the mobile home park project in Montrose by chance?
I feel like I've talked about so many mobile home park projects. Actually, I did speak with the town of Montrose about this.
There was a great presentation at CML about what they did, and I wasn't able. There was a big line to talk to the folks after the presentation, so I didn't get to ask whether they used Prop 123 money or not to do that project. Do you happen to know off the top of your head? And I don't need to put you on the spot. I'm just
In the back of my head, I'm thinking about maybe the order ability that owners to want to essentially purchase the property. First right of refusal, which was some recent legislation.
Yeah.
Not related to Prop 123. It was a loan program where they qualified for a loan to actually help make that purchase and manage the parks themselves.
I think that's accurate because it's not one of the Prop 123 dollars that it runs out.
Okay.
I would also say, I think,
And I think the thing about Prop 123 is it's pretty much anything on the spectrum. At this point where you're doing initial planning, there's dollars available through the local planning capacity program. If you want to do land banking, go at DOH, but through our CHAPA portion of the money they're getting to do land banking. And gap financing, there's equity, private partnerships. I mean, it's kind of a, pick where you want to be on the spectrum, and that's where resources development kind of help.
And pre-development costs are now eligible as well. So if you need to do a feasibility study and a regional study, those are the kinds of costs. That's been a tough one for a lot of communities. Farm housing now is through Division of Local Government is one funding source for that, but now there's another funding source, so that's good. Because it's hard. You have to decide, does this project pencil for our community? Does it get us what we need? And can it be done considering the challenges on that lot?
I'd like to, if I could address Trustee Browning's, even though there may only be 10 vacant lots, we have identified several lots that are actually quite large, that we have a single home on them, that if you could offer some incentives, I think there is an interest to have those purchased and rezoned for multifamilies, even possibly, like putting 4 or 5 small homes on one property. And I think that it would be better received than what we're seeing about the potential of annexing and doing development on the outskirts. So I don't think there are just 10 vacant lots. I think there's several others that are in that 1.5 acre kind of thing that you could do quite a bit with. We could definitely meet our goals. And then we do have an interested party in the mobile home park on Seward. And if we could offer an incentive such as, because they're going to have to probably do an environmental on that. Or figuring out a way to help them meet their down payment, since that's a $2 million purchase. That'd be awesome. They would love to redevelop as well with fresh, new modular units. Sounds like there's a bit of funding there too as well. So I think we have, I think we just, again, have to, like you said, be creative and think outside the traditional box and house on the lot.
So we can come to you with all kinds of crazy ideas, right?
Yes.
And you'll help us figure out between Chris and Robin which of all these different funding mechanisms.
And I'll say that DOLA is about to have a team of folks that are available for, we sort of stood up launched all the programs in the first year, but now there will be a whole new staff with the new money that comes, so that folks will be available besides just me.
Will that be regional, like here now, or will it be?
I don't think so. I think they'll sort of be statewide, but folks might be located across the state now.
We still do have DOH, DEVOs, development specialists, we call them DEVOs, which are regional. Understand a lot of the DOH programs as well.
And that's still Pam Gibson, right, is for this region. So Pam Gibson is actually based in the Boulder area and is the housing development specialist for your region that could help you navigate any of the programs that we've been talking about tonight that are through Pam with 2 M's. Exactly. Great. So she's a great resource.
So one of the concerns we hear a lot when we talk about redevelopment, particularly our last remaining mobile home park, is displacement. Has anybody asked for funding to help with that somehow?
That's a great question. I believe that it can help with that. I believe that the profit share money can help you with the displacement costs potentially. This is state money. If it were federal money, displacement becomes a very big federal problem for you, but it's still a problem because you care about the residents and you want to make sure they're taken care of and having a plan. But at least the complexity of the federal rules you don't have to worry about. So that is the good news. And yeah, Pam would be the best person to ask. Great, whether it's possible.
We have a lot of folks who've been nervous now for a very long time.
There is an interesting approach in just outside Durango where they have done something similar. They purchased the mobile home park, and then they're doing a phased approach where you take, a couple people do have to move. You put some modular, new, good quality housing units in, and then a couple more people get to move, and they're doing it so that everybody gets.
Where that's at outside of Durango?
Yes, it's, I can send you the details of the project. Elevation Community Land Trust and Homes Fund are the nonprofits that are managing it. I believe they have a website about the project. It's called West Side Mobile Home Park.
Other questions?
Some of this does feel kind of slippery. So is it a year at a lower level of rent in the home? Is it 2 years? Is it 3? It just feels slippery.
It's that the law is specific and says that you count it at the time the permit is issued. So we would need to know who is our first tenant and do they qualify, but the law does not say
How long?
thou shalt have 30-year deed restrictions, right? So, I mean, I think we would all like to see longer terms to
Right.
help preserve, especially when there are taxpayer dollars investing in it, but it's really, I think,
I think it's time.
30 is
Which one?
379? Is it 10?
No, how many years?
What's it?
Oh,
Eight?
Another thought I had was that wasn't recent legislation passed for rental protection. Once you're in, if a landlord has to have released like the just cost and not review your lease. So sure, you're only required to be strict for one. Once that tenant's in, they can basically say this is the way. Yes, that's a problem.
But there's no cap on rent increases though, right?
It has to be reasonable. I think hard to say what such as happy is reasonable. Patient, but you can't.
Most staff have been communicating with DOLA about the 317. Building permits. Need ongoing consideration. The rents are capped there for 10 years.
For 10 years.
Long before. Okay, talking about it. Are there ongoing discussions about what, if any kind of?
there hasn't been, because it was at the time of permitting, which Prop 123 wasn't adopted yet.
The only way I think we could bank those units is if a deed restriction were added, that's permitting. That's really the only trigger that we could use to get those in the inventory.
If it's not occupied or, yeah,
It's not occupied
The
yet.
western part is occupied, the back, there's a construction issue.
The back is not occupied yet. So we can talk.
I mean, we're
with
right
staff.
at that cusp of.
Yeah. So, but if the owners came back and said, okay, we're gonna put a deed restriction in place for, say, officially for 5 years, then there could be some subsidy through the Prop 123 money to make that official. right?
well,
Or property tax rebate.
Or property
5
tax.
year period.
Yeah, something.
So we have both our Summit Housing, which is 40 deed restricted units, and another project that was a redevelopment of a blighted site is now 9 units, and neither counted.
because they happened
Yes,
before.
and so I think what people are saying is there any room to talk with you to see if there's any of these other things we might be able to do to help them with some eligibility?
Right. So what you're really talking about is how to get those units to count towards your permit.
Well, either to count toward it, or is there something more we could do to put it in a longer term commitment?
I'm not sure that I can see an obvious path for how those or necessarily
in,
Right.
and some haven't yet.
Yeah. And are they already did restricted affordable housing?
Locally, just at our local, we have a commitment with the owners.
Okay.
Locally to not do more than a certain percent of rent increase. So it's just unfortunate because for like us, we just did 49 units.
Right.
And it's like, to do 10 more in the next 3 years, we don't have anything on the radar. You know, but
They're not complete, I mean, he still's got permitting issues that are stopping him from it. They're still permitting.
well, it's a construction defect that they're working with their engineer to complete before they can move people into it.
Yeah, and it's time of building permit issuance, not.
Not occupancy.
Not occupancy, it's at the time the permit is pulled, so this was all done well before that whole project.
But if you can convert older houses
Sure.
and restrictions,
Yes.
maybe incentives, what could you do?
Why
for
couldn't-
a fairly new house?
Could they deed restrict 4 of those units to a longer term affordability through you versus at the local level?
Potentially, and I feel like it's a great question of a really nuanced
Yeah.
situation
Yeah.
that we may want to put in our frequently asked questions once we get through that stakeholder process. So let's be sure we ask that question during that process and have all the minds think it through and say. And now the hard part is because you already had the agreement with the property owner to the rent. I mean, it's almost like it's already affordable.
We did it already.
Yeah.
Does the buy down program count? If someone comes and gets that funding for the buy down of their mortgage, and then since to get that benefit, they have to deed restrict, would that count towards one of our goals, even though it was initiated by the public?
That would be another one of those questions for that stakeholder process, right? We can't say definitively, well, because the law isn't specific
Sure,
about that sort of thing. So we have to really put the, heads together and say what feels right, and ultimately probably have the Attorney General's office weigh in on whether that's the intent of the law, it meets the spirit and intent. And then it's not an official rulemaking process, it's really the guidelines that say whether it will or won't.
So, yeah, I frequently asked questions, that would go for landlocked, small communities that are gonna have to be creative on how we do this. That would be extremely helpful. And having those people weigh in before we get somebody excited about possibilities and have your folks say, oh, yeah, no, never mind, that actually is not.
If that buy down program counted, I could see a great community initiative. Where you meet and you're bringing benefit to your citizens. And I don't know how mature their mortgage can be. Surely it can't be, they can't be almost done, with a spreadsheet, but, if 5 people participate, if that's non-development, it's counting towards your problem.
And ensuring some affordability.
Yeah, this is a strategy that's been very effective in a lot of resort communities. So I've got lots of examples I can share with you and connect you to some program managers to really understand how they structure those deals.
Well, we're looking forward to someone who can focus on how.
Yes.
Yeah, I spent an hour here and there, and there's so much more.
And I would say before you pursue one of these creative programs, you might just hold off for a few more months, maybe even until winter. So we can really definitively say what kind of creative strategies will or won't count towards your commitment. If it helps you meet your local goals, wonderful, go for it. If you're really wanting to make sure that it meets your Prop 123 commitment, wait for some more definitive answers.
Well, we have policy adoption we can work on until, right?
Plenty of work.
Yeah, we have plenty of work. Well, thanks for making the trip up here for a short presentation.
It's really helpful. Really, thank you.
It is very.
Well, thank you for all of that you're doing, because obviously you've done a lot, and it's to your credit, and that's just one of it.
Yeah. And if we have more follow-up as we go down this process, maybe Pam will come and from Boulder and help us maneuver through some of this.
Oh, that would be great. And kudos to you all for We talk about building the plane while you're flying. Yeah, kudos for just putting together some really great programs.
Well, our key was to get the money flowing and to help local governments access it as quickly as they can. And now our goal is to really make sure that all communities are able to get at least a share of the total.
Are you aware if Chapa's land banking funds, are they set up to do
They're
that
going to
now? or is it gonna take a
reopen.
while?
I have not heard that they've reopened it yet.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good to
They've
go?
already done around.
Yeah, they did the
So
first
we
one
should
last
work
year.
with our,
Your Champa regional
Doug.
person.
so it's okay now, we could
If
reach
you're in the
out
metro
and
region, yeah.
try to get
To
some.
reach out, visit their website, and if the land banking site doesn't say like an application deadline, it should be posted quite soon.
Okay, we'll keep an eye
I
out.
knew
for that.
everyone was getting ready to announce their new funding cycles for the beginning of July, so hopefully it's there now.
Great. Thank you so much.
I think there's more questions I asked. Thank you.
Oh, we have the next one.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys should go get a beer and a slice of pizza.
So the last half of our workshop tonight is an item that's been pushed back several times.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So I'm looking at the fact sheet here that came with Prop 1, 2, 3 stuff. So it says by November, we need to have our plan for the 10 units.
November 26th.
2024.
No. So the end date for this cycle is November 28th of 26th. So we'll have to have all of our reporting in by that.
I see what trustee Lowe's looking at here. So it says important deadlines, November 2024 deadline. Late local government affordable housing commitment filings eligibility starting 2025. So it's just unclear what is due in November. of
To me, it
2025.
sounds like people who didn't opt in on the first round, they have till that date of late applicants.
But there's nothing that you're aware of that we have to commit to by November.
No,
We just need to get our policies adopted right
So
now.
when is the
November 26th.
November 26th?
That's
Yes.
correct.
It's our goal. But
So-
if you don't meet it, you're not kicked out. You just go on a 1-year probation with them till the next funding cycle.
When will this housing coordinator be going?
We haven't seen the award yet. We gotta bring it to you guys to accept it. And then, we are working with, we meet with Ned, we meet tomorrow, Thursday this week, to talk about how you wanna post it and write a job description.
Because it just seems like from the discussion, just now, there's lots of opportunities. It's really just getting someone to be able to focus on it,
It is.
figure out what makes sense for town.
It is, and Ned and Lion share a lot of the same issues and a similar demographics. So, yeah, we're hoping, and actually the Longmont Housing Authority director said they have some really good applicants they recently had to turn away that they'll be sure to send our notice to when the time comes. So,
Does it make sense to set up a task force in the meantime of interested parties, HHS or, PCD, different?
no, right now it's, Amber and I follow everything and,
I understand, but
we
you
can't
guys
get
have
to all
other full-time
yeah.
gigs.
We just can't get to all the different, there's so many different, there's a meeting every day on housing in the state. We just can't get to all those to learn all these things, but I think we have a good contact. Andrew's currently working with the planning commission on which policies, and you guys are gonna, which policies do you want to adopt? In the meantime, I would say that we'll get the job description done here in the next week or two and get it posted, and hopefully can hire someone by September 1, October, I think we're okay. I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, and I know even what
seems like the clock's ticking.
The clock's
Opportunities
always
are-
ticking. Yeah.
I know, but if there's competition for funding, it
Oh, of
seems like we
course.
should,
We are,
You know.
we are always behind the eight ball because we don't have a housing authority or a person who's spending all their time looking at it. So there's no doubt about that, but I don't know that it's a fairly sharp learning curve unless you already have kind of a housing authority. I guess your housing committee could maybe, take a look at it, but they pretty much then just take staff to get all the information they need to draft something. You see how they do. It takes a lot of time to have a task force.
no, and that's why I was
Yeah,
kind
are
of
you
tongue in
volunteering?
And as you heard, a lot of this, where we are right now, is kind of hurry up and wait. Everybody made their commitments, and then DOLA and all of the other agencies are kind of ironing out what all that looks like.
Fair enough, yeah.
So we really have, I mean, she said, we really have until winter to really get our ducks in a row, and I'm sure we will have somebody on board.
I was just thinking, while she was talking, could be people in town right now thinking about building out
Oh, yeah.
ADUs and doing that. And if they realize there's potential funding out there or other avenues, that could really get, people on the fence excited about it.
Yeah,
So
sure.
even just getting the word out that, hey, there's lots of things that have to be worked out,
Well,
but
we
there's.
do have a
130
website called ADUs and You. I
Right.
guess we could start putting some stuff out there. We could reach out. Most people who are thinking about buying or developing call here anyway, just to find out about a property or what we know about things. So we can certainly start letting folks know we're planning to, pursue some of these things.
Maybe some kind of marketing,
Article,
just something,
maybe?
hey, there's something out there.
We don't want to make, we can't make it.
Yeah, we
No.
absolutely will need some solid marketing, once we know what we're gonna be doing.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Yeah. And hopefully that person and Kim can work together and do some neat marketing, but that's why it's really important too, that we just stay in touch with the Boulder Regional Program right now, stay in, good communication with Longmont Housing Authority and this Pam Gibson. She did come, she was at the summit grand opening and, pulled me aside and was very, she knows us and our needs, so keep plugging away. So the second half of the workshop tonight is on a program, it's called the CDPHE, it's a Brownsfield program. And if some of you may remember, we joined a coalition with Longmont and Erie, was it Erie or Firestone? Firestone and Cortez of all places. Because every large metro was required to bring in small communities with them because we don't have people to represent us at these opportunities for big federal funding and state funding. So Andrew, our planning staff have always been the liaison to the local working group, and we are at a point where they would like to do what they call an area-wide plan. So tonight is Andrew's going to present what that would entail. And we did put it on as a consent item. If needs to be told to talk further, that's fine. But we're hoping we can answer most of your questions here tonight. To see if we are interested in providing a service to our community, our downtown community first, with no obligations of the owners that they have to follow through with it. So, you go ahead.
Yeah, so this is, there's $2 million available with a terminus of 2028. And I do know, speaking with Stantec and state staff, some municipalities are using it more than others. So this is kind of the attempt to at least get our portion of that first, whatever that looks like. It's really kind of two-pronged. And one true benefit of this program was mentioned in the earlier presentation, with this mobile home park, an environmental assessment will be required at time of land conveyance anyways. So this program funds from EPA down through the SWAG grant, funds both an area-wide plan, but then also individual parcel assessments as well. That's a different process that we really need to also tonight it's just focused on the area-wide plan. Again, this is the proposal. It's provided at no cost to the town except for, actually, no, that's also untrue. So there's $15,000 set aside for each unit agency for staff time, for conferences, for, keeping track of things. So once this gets started, even staff time is covered by the federal government through the SWAC grant. And so really what the goal is, and Planner Kemet had worked on this prior and had kind of drawn an original map that was a little broader than this grid. This is about 25 acres and kind of downtown. Originally it went kind of a flagpole up to the water tower and then went kind of east and west. In speaking with the consultant, we want to kind of narrow that down to get, to make sure that we're prioritizing our money where we can. So we have, since it's both priority, it's a priority to have kind of this mixed use zoning and to redevelop and revitalize downtown, kind of see what that can look like. This really works well in tandem with that. And then also some of our Prop 123 goals, as already was mentioned. The PCDC did add this area in red to the map, which is fine. I've already ran it through Stantec. It's not going to shake anything up on their work plan. But this is the area of coverage that staff and Stantec has proposed.
So these are the majority of the sites that used to have either a gas station on them at some point over the years, or there were lumber yards that had environmental. We took a look at the whole town. They actually did like a 400-page report on everywhere in town. So this became the first focus. We'll put it that way. This does not mean it's all. This is the first focus.
Yeah, and another big consideration was the train that used to come through.
The train came
with
through
arsenic.
two different directions and two different rails along this square. Yeah.
So in 2023, and this map is kind of hard to see, this was their kind of preliminary analysis of our downtown of what could be not a brownfield, likely a brownfield. So they were, of course, hesitant because there's no study to label anything on this map a brownfield. But as you can see, within downtown, a lot of it was not assessed and needs to be as part of this study and the individual property assessments. But then some parts of this of our sub area were likely brownfields that Stantec classified.
Would you mind pausing for a second and for some folks here, maybe some folks watching online, can you define what a brownfield means? Just to.
Do you have it on your presentation?
I believe I
I
do.
think you do too.
I know it's in the.
Just to give people some, not to put you on the spot, but just
No,
to
no,
give
that's
people some
fine.
context.
Let me just pull up my, just a second, sorry. So EPA classifies any brownfield as a property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the potential presence of hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant.
Thank you.
The only thing that's really that it's a bit that they will assess is asbestos in individual buildings. They're looking more for environmental hazards that are on the ground or in the ground.
Leaching, for the road and things like that.
But yes, thank you for that question. Sorry. Jargon. So as far as the proposed engagement, they have proposed that the town and Stantec coordinate. We have 4 virtual meetings, and of course you all would be engaged in those. And then having a project working group, and this would be 1 in-person meeting and then 2 subsequent virtual meetings. That will be another task force or some whatever verbiage gets added to that group. And then we'll have a community survey as well. I have, as community engagement, it's important to every community, but especially in mine's, community engagement is important. I would recommend, and I've run this by the consultants as well. It just will need a little bit of the money. We're not, that'll be fine. That we have at least 2 in-person community and stakeholder meetings. Since this is targeted towards downtown, targeted towards not a handful, but a few handfuls of property owners, it only seems fair to really engage those individuals and property owners of what this can, how this will work and how it will affect their property.
And I think it's important to remember too, that we're talking about the owners of the properties, not the current renters. We also have several property owners that are without a state. So virtual will be required yet, so, not everyone.
Yeah, and they'll all be hybrid. So these are just potential outcomes. We won't really know truly until we get into it, and especially as we start speaking with property owners in the community. But these are kind of the potential outcomes that most communities that have participated in this grant get out of this document, and also provided an area-wide plan. I can't remember the community. I believe it was in Texas. But I provided that in staff packet to kind of show what these kind of look like. But recommendations related to zoning and land use refinements, potential location for a new town hall. And that's because this is a brownfield itself, infill development, pedestrian bicycle infrastructure, housing, identified preferred potential land uses in urban form, identify enhancements to the existing street network, define properties within near-term redevelopment potential, and define strategies to entice investment and redevelopment activities in the focus area. So again, most planners would call this a small area plan. It's not a comp plan, but it's a bit more zoomed in. The key to the area-wide plan and to meet the standards of this grant, the focus does have to be on how do we revitalize blighted areas or areas that might be too risk averse for investors to look at. And then providing funding opportunities, but at least outlining how capital stacking or what kind of funding can come out of this program. Questions, concerns, and conversation?
You go back to the property inventory. Sure. So I'm looking at this and I recognize the depot building as a likely brownfield, correct? I see the vintage motors and the lot next to it. I see that long, narrow lot up by, like the vet and.
So it's
I think that's
on high
old livery, maybe?
Is that what it is?
Livery, yes.
All right, and I see 402 Main Street, the vacant lot, right?
That's
Yes.
The little tiny one?
Yeah.
Tell me about the ones further out on 36, those 3 large ones. What are those properties?
The yellow one.
The one that looks like leaf.
Yeah, one looks like leaf.
So leaf.
Well, we have their full inventory if you want to see it. Like I said,
I'm just looking at the map and trying to figure it out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They based this map on the inventory they did and criteria, so they probably did a little research. I don't remember what was on the leaf site. It was a bank in modern days. I don't know before that. The whole shopette is on there as well.
Uh-huh.
So this is the shopette.
That was a motel, of course. I don't know if they are thinking with motel for being that for 20 years, if cars leaked or if it's a current use. Also, there's also some metal work going on there we were not aware of. Metal.
At the shop that's never open next to the liquor store.
Meta forms. We found out that they're doing grazing or something.
Anytime there could be, a past use could have had an underground tank of any type of petrol. I believe, and I'd have to check if there are any kind of hotel, motel, cottage uses anywhere with kind of industrialized washing. Those always get classified as potential.
Yeah.
potential brownfields. So, anytime you have uses within that classification, they'll always throw those into the likely brownfield.
So Victoria,
Yeah.
what you sent us
Yes.
on the analysis of this building here,
Oh, that was a phase 2.
that's,
That was a phase 2 environmental
okay,
assessment.
it's not part of the Stantec study.
It will, well, they've already, this is separate from that, yes.
Oh, so this is separate, okay. So I have several questions on this because I'm really confused. As you know, I was part of the original brownfield
Yeah,
committee with
That's-
Steve Sims, Roger Flynn, Neil Evers, myself.
Yeah.
We met with Kim at once.
Yeah.
We had an informal meeting up at the old, present-day Moxie up there. And at that time, Kim was saying that he was going to be soliciting, I think, 20 to 30 properties in town, soliciting the owners to see if they would like to participate. in
that
this.
will be the next step.
So that hasn't happened. So these notional brownfields, have any of the owners been notified?
Not
of
yet,
this?
not until you tell us tonight you want us to move forward.
And I do want to clear this up. These are two different parts of this grant. One is the area-wide plan, one are the individual assessments. So the 20 to 30 property owners that Mr. Kimmett was discussing this with, that's a separate, that's also something that planning staff needs to get that ball rolling as well. But those, while they will have some nexus in the end, this area-wide plan stands alone outside of even if we don't do any of those assessments.
But it says here in this memo that I have from you and Alex back on April of this year, it says the grant provides funding and for local communities for environmental site assessments, special studies, and planning activities that support brownfield reuse. So how do we go from brownfield, identifying brownfields and then possible reuse to an area-wide planning study that, forgive me, but it seems to repeat a lot of the studies we've already done in the downtown area, walkability, sidewalk studies, pavements, all that stuff. I'm not quite sure why we need to do all this again. It's because the focus was brownfields, correct? That's what it's all
Absolutely
about.
environmental. For this,
But it looks like we're kind of taking advantage of it to do something else out here. I'm fine with the brownfield stuff. I mean, the thing on the town hall is very concerning to me. And I'm sure there may be other sites in town, but I don't want to see this morph into a downtown planning exercise.
no, not at
That's what
all.
it says, it's an area like plan.
So again, it's an area-wide plan. It's a sub-area plan that is focused on how to redevelop areas that may have brownfields
Well, how do-
and how to
now
attract.
we're talking
development.
about bicycling and a new town hall and, all that stuff that's mentioned in here. How do we get from brownfields to talking about walkability, pedestrian?
Yeah, it's just, so if there is a brownfield, if there's a site that needs remediation, this grant or this plan is seeking as many carrots, whether it's streetscaping, whether it's a bike lane, as many carrots as this sub area can come up with to help redevelop that possible brownfield site.
True
So,
federal funding.
yes.
True federal funding. So if you find a brownfield on a property, they're not just gonna remediate that. They're gonna also say, this is an opportunity for you to do these other things in this focus area. That's all.
And so I would imagine that an area-wide plan would have to comport with the comp plan,
Oh, of course.
with all the other, so in order to get for the possibility of getting federal money, for example, for a sidewalk. If an area-wide plan comes out of this and says, yes, you can, make sense to do a sidewalk here, we'll kick in some money. And the comp plan also indicates, yep, this is where the community would like the sidewalk, then you can read it. Okay.
If brownfields are identified and we don't get the funding, develop them. Or can they be left as is?
Yeah, these properties are not placed on a federal register of any kind. It's completely non-punitive. So, the property owners get a report and that's it. I mean, no, because if they don't decide, I mean, it's a matter of real estate disclosure. I think once you have it, you have to disclose it, but you're opting into the program. But it's also an environmental assessment is going to be required for these properties prior to conveyance anyways. So this is the property owner getting this done for free. And again, we're now outside of this project in particular, we're in the individual site assessments. But once they get it, they got it for free, and they can either disclose it and say this is exactly what's present on the property. There's an old tank here that needs to be taken out and remediated. Or, someone else does the assessment, finds it in their due diligence, and then.
What if there are no brownfields on these sites? What happens to the area-wide plan?
Then it's
It'll
just
report
another.
we're clean and there's some ideas for you, I would guess.
So.
But we know, like vintage owners.
Cart before the horse. Assessment first, then area-wide plan.
So
Because one is predicated on the other.
So the area-wide plan is predicated on the fact that there's likely brownfields. That's as much information as Stantec needs to utilize these funds for me. Where you can dig deeper and where you need to dig deeper are the individual site assessments that come as part of this.
Okay, hang on a second.
My other concern is it's $2 million. For 4 towns. And that is $2 million for 4 towns. You're the low man of the total. I mean, Firestone's got 18,000 people, Longmont's got 100K, Cortez has 10, we have 2.2. My biggest fear is all we're gonna get out of this is a desktop study with no ground truthing of these sites.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, look what they
$2
did.
million?
Look what they did for us just free, because there
How much
was a
did this
concern.
cost?
None, zero. We're
No,
not,
there's a price attached. It must have been.
we didn't pay for it.
I know, but there was a price attached.
Oh, I'm sure there's a good price attached to it, but we didn't pay
I
for it.
mean, this testing and everything is not cheap.
And that's
So
what my
we're talking
understanding
about
is.
all these-
They'll do
We have
it
limited
inside.
workshop time left. Can we see if other trustees have questions?
Sure.
Anyone else have questions about this? Stand up.
No, I was just gonna say this more like a comment. I have the same concerns that trustee Lowell does. How do we go from greenfield to what I almost see as a development plan for downtown? So, but that said, I mean, I looked at the 160-page Elma, Idaho, I mean, cool stuff. So anyway, it seems like having a development plan would be a good thing from an aspect of, because it seems like we're very driven by grants. Hey, here's some money for sidewalks, let's run this way. Here's some money here versus coming up with a plan where we can focus and prioritize. If that's truly how we can drive this engagement to come up with something that's meaningful for the town that we could use, not some desktop study, but that can help guide us and go, hey, where do we make the right investments? Because it does seem, we're more opportunity focused, which is fine, but those are going to dry up, and we're going to have to spend our money wisely on the capital fund. So anyway, this would help in that regard.
I agree with you, and I think the second phase of doing the individual assessments with property owners would be helpful to the property owners.
Yes, because we're going to have to do
So, yeah, so let's get to that second phase, because then they can then, I'm assuming, apply for cleanup grants. So, they can remediate their properties, but so I feel like this is a service to the community, because without doing this area-wide plan and then the individual site assessments next, then they'd sort of be, stuck with, well, if I sell my property, somebody's gonna do an environmental assessment, find out I have a tank or whatever, and I need to remediate it. And that's gonna cost me a lot in money and time.
So I think there are multiple benefits to moving forward.
Yeah, and we have a lot going on right now with our infill focus of Prop 123, with our mixed use district that almost follows this exact line. The hope, at least through a planning perspective, is that we can kind of button up how all of these things can work together. That's nice. I'll say.
You said the individual assessment aspect of it, like we have the potential value to the private. Separate from their area-wide plan, if we don't do an area-wide plan, it's still apply an individual assessment.
Yeah, we can do both. We can do either or. There's no restriction.
Is the room just only required because if you want to sell it to anyone? Is that like? What new development? Oh, okay.
Or we just need to get the word out and get it started. Not that's not fire under you all, but the individual assessments, we just need to get started. We need to send letters out to the community. Probably need to at least have 1 or 2 public meetings to say, hey, this is what we can do.
I do think the Economic Development Commission, of the liaison,
I am.
I think I heard them talking about, or the Economic Vitality was talking about, I saw something that they want to potentially pursue an updated plan. So maybe there's a way a little bit of this could be done pro bono. As we know, a plan of anything is $100,000 these days. And if we could have some basic information, even to me, I guess I don't see the harm in participating. If we can glean at least even the information about which ones really are brownfields would be good to know, especially with our proximity of this to the river.
Well, and this, I imagine the chamber would find this helpful too, for me to be able to share it with them, which I assume we could.
Well, I think even the best is then an owner can get help to remediate. If you don't have this, you're not going to get help.
I would just suggest that if we go forward with this, that engagement with the consultant to make sure, just like,
Make sure it's not a desktop.
yeah, because that was the frustration. I mean, we dealt with the housing survey in the PCDC, and I recall very distinctly giving feedback that eventually ended up in the amendment. So they ignored the input. So if it's going to be a value, they just have to be managed properly and make sure it's localized.
So just a bit of assurance is Stantec is the lead for Colorado. And they paid for me to go to the Brownfields conference, and they put their name. They do not want this to be a desktop plan either. And I imagine that there are a few communities that have finished this up, and in our discussions with David, but now there's a lot of kind of follow-up conversations about, okay, we have a plan, how do we implement it?
Does Stantec require that we use Stantec for remediation?
No, not for remediation. They just were awarded the state award to lead this project.
Right, any final thoughts before we wrap up and take a break before our regular meeting?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull this from the consent, so we'll vote on it.
Yeah, you mentioned. Okay, let's take 10.
Thank you.
The Monday, July 15th, Lions Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk Vasquez?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
Present.
Trustee Hamrick.
Present.
Trustee Dottie. Trustee Lowell.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
Trustee Delman.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'll read our land acknowledgement, then we will take a reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We'll take a reflective moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for coming. I will now ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to change on the agenda? Trustee
Yes.
Burning?
I would like to move to, as we did, leave the fire meeting, move the item about the project rule, which I believe is agenda item number 7.3, to move it up on the sort of after staff reports. But that the people who are here would still make their comments during audience business.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll go to that in a minute.
That motion passes unanimously.
Any other changes proposed? Or the agenda as amended?
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so now is the time for audience business. Tonight we have 2 public hearings for second readings, and we have 1 first reading. So for second readings and public hearings, we ask that you speak during those items. So for example, if you would like to comment on ordinance 1164, you would wait until we open the public hearing on that item. So would not speak to it during audience business. If you are here to comment on 1166, which is the 5-acre rule, then you would speak during audience business. Does that make sense? Okay, sometimes it's hard to keep it all straight. So I believe there's a sign-up sheet going around.
It is.
Okay, so so the way we'll do this is the clerk will call you to the podium. You'll come on up, state your name and address for the record. Then you'll have 4 minutes to speak. Sorry.
You have.
Oh, how do we feel about 4 versus 3 minutes? We didn't.
Policy still says 4 minutes, I think.
Okay. Okay, so you'll have 4 minutes. We ask that you stick to the matter at hand, so stick to board business. After everybody speaks, the board will have an opportunity to respond. So each board member will have an opportunity to respond to what they've heard, and then staff will also have the opportunity to respond. Okay. That makes sense? Okay. Do we have the sheet?
No, someone's still completing it.
Several new people came in, so we're rerouting it. Whoever has it, could you tell us the first name and second name, please?
I don't know in the first name.
Okay.
And I'm speaking on
Okay, great.
ordinance 1164, so.
Yeah.
64.
Yeah.
My name is Steve Good, 125 Eagle Valley Drive, up in Stone Canyon. And I'd like to strongly support the 5-acre ordinance amendment. Trustee Browning made a thorough presentation of the history of the Lions annexations and the reason for the 5-acre annexation initiative that was proposed and approved in 2000 by a vote of the citizens of Lyons. I feel that this annexation ordinance has guaranteed the citizens of Lyons a voice in the thoughtful and considered growth of our town. The 2 town meetings in March, on the 11th and 13th, was a clear demonstration of dismay and displeasure of a great number of Lyons citizens that the 5-acre annexation ordinance and intent of this ordinance appears to have been attempted to have been circumvented. Please honor the will of the citizens by honoring the intent of the 5-acre ordinance by approving this amendment.
Thank you, Steve.
Well under 4 months.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and if you want to come up and just say, I agree with everything everybody else has said, feel free to do that.
Cindy Fisher, 125 Eagle Valley Drive, Stone Canyon. So this is kind of personal to me because I'm on this IGA task force, which is less than a pleasant experience. And I would really like to see you support the 5-acre rule amendment. I was asked by staff, what could they do to make me trust the town again? Because I was really naive about how towns work, and it was pretty shocking, those meetings, and all the research I've done is in some ways even more shocking. So here's the first thing to do to make the citizens trust you again. Adopt the amendment to the 5-acre rule. When they made that amendment, they meant for the citizens, the town residents, to be able to choose what to do. And I find this to be one of the most generous places, the citizens I have ever been. And why in the world you are inclined not to trust them? They're also very informed and intelligent. It's one of the reasons I wanted to come back to Boulder County and then here, because I thought it would be great to live around informed, intelligent, caring people, and I did. And I would love it, and it would really help me gain trust, is if you guys would just accept that right was won by a vote, and going around it by carving up properties isn't really ruling anyone. And I don't need to know the details anymore that I've already dug up. But, you know, it looks like what it looks like, and there's an awfully large number of those. So gain our trust. Just say, yes, we trust our citizens, and now they can trust us again. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Oh, hang on a second, where the folks on Zoom are having a public hearing.
That's an extra speaker.
I don't know if it's the board or who would hear it very well, so everyone would please speak up.
Yeah, well, I'll try speaking up and see if that helps. Where's this next?
Becky? Brian?
Hey, good evening, Brian Carlin, Vicki Carlin, 129 Eagle Valley Drive, Lyons, Colorado. This week marks our 6th anniversary in Lyons. We lived in Washington, D.C., Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, California, Atlanta, Georgia. We moved here because we wanted to live in a rural environment. And we're here tonight because I wrote an email earlier. We're writing to acknowledge our support of the proposed amendment by Trustee Browning related to 15.1340 annexations to be approved by voters. It's a very simple concept. We should not be subdividing lots below 5 acres without town vote. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
J. Robin Calvin Cogan,
Followed by, so they can get ready.
and then followed by Peter Calvin Corbin. Hello, I'm Robin Cowdery Corbin, and I live at 1011 Horizon Drive here in town.
and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Please know I am in full support of the amendment to the current 5-acre rule, which would allow for citizens' votes on annexation less than 5 acres. And I ask you to support this amendment. To subdivide properties into less than 5 acres to avoid citizens' votes is clearly a loophole. The citizens in this town of Lyons should be able to vote on property annexations because they directly impact us. And we ask the board to please listen to us. Allowing citizen vote would not prohibit development, but place the decision-making in the hands of the people who live here. I am all for responsible growth and development, which takes into account safety issues, such as wildfire hazards and efficient escape routes. We have broad-based support for the amendment throughout the town, and we hope that you will listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Calvary Corbin, followed by Tim Ornelas.
Hello, my name is Peter Calvin Corbin, and I live in Lyons on 1011 Horizon Drive. Thanks to all of you for hearing our reasoned opinions on the proposed amendment for the 5-acre rule. I strongly support the 5-acre rule amendment and also the continued growth of our town, so long as that growth is planned in a logical and democratic fashion. In a recent video, our neighbors have skillfully described the key factors that argue against development of the Connor Boone and Carpenter properties in North Lyons. One of the key factors they have brought forth is the lack of suitable wildfire egress routes in the zone. I would like to submit additional data that upholds their claim of insufficient wildfire egress routes. Currently, there is only one egress route for this area that does not require a 4-wheel drive vehicle. The egress routes on the pinch points of 5th Avenue and Steamboat Road are already often congested, even without a wildfire in progress, or even without additional dwellings. Now, this is key. According to FEMA publication number DR 4634 entitled Marshall Fire Mitigation Assessment Team, Best Practices for Wildfire Resilient Subdivision Planning, which came out in June of last year. This document clearly states that 2 access egress roads are required in a zone where the number of dwelling units exceeds 30. We have at least 50 individual dwellings in this egress area, not including the dozen or so dwellings that exist on the extension of Steamboat Road above the junction of Steamboat and Vasquez. Thus, we already have over double the number of dwellings, that's 60, in this egress zone that are dictated by the FEMA report, with only one viable escape route. We therefore maintain that the town should not consider adding even more dwellings in this zone unless an additional egress route is built. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Tim Ornelas, followed by Merrill Fisher.
Back to Morales, 21-year resident at 147 Horizon Drive, and just tonight, a self-appointed graduate of the Evelyn Wood School of Speed Reading.
Let's hear it again.
So I appreciate that collectively the board has voted in favor of drafting the 5-acre rule amendment and to move it to this first reading. I urge the trustees that either voted against or abstained from their vote
in progressing the amendment to this point to reconsider their position and strengthen the momentum that we now have to join the rest of the board in what I hope will be a vote to continue the process through to the second reading and final approval, thereby making this 5-acre rule consistent with the spirit of which I believe and many other citizens throughout town believe it was originally intended. I'd requested one of the town hall meetings earlier this year for the board to explain any commitments that may have been made to or goals that may have been developed in concert with any public or private entity, which may have been the driving force for the board to entertain the development of the less than 5-acre parcels that have been the subject of so much discussion. I'd similarly like to hear tonight from each trustee the reasons for their vote, either for or against, on moving the amendment forward to this first reading, and for the vote they will cast in moving it to a second reading. We all are seated here because you asked the citizens of our town to vote you into this job and to do the job well. I think these same citizens deserve to know your rationale for voting as you have. I would also like to hear from each trustee if they have visited in person each of the properties that have been discussed for potential annexation. I have a hard time accepting that anyone can make a measured and informed decision on annexations and or development plans for annexed properties without actually seeing those properties in person to better understand the challenges or advantages of developing any one of them. As I understand, there's no town of Lyons or Boulder County document that outlines the attainability or affordability criteria against which the board will evaluate any development plans of any annexed properties and how well potential sites for development stack up against those criteria. Without the trustees having put eyes on the prize or having such a documented set of criteria, I can't in good conscience put my faith in a town administration whose trust account has been previously overdrawn. The 5-acre amendment provides some cover for my conscience. I truly believe we can and should grow the town of Lyons to accommodate people who wish to move here for the same reasons many of us did, to help the state and county address the shortage of obtainable housing throughout Colorado, and to help Lyons become a vibrant and viable place for service industries to do successful business. I urge the board to not only move forward and approve the amendment to the 5-acre rule, but to refocus the considerable time, effort, and emotion that has been spent by many of us, the board included, debating the potential development of moderate density housing in neighborhoods that are currently of lower density to the eastern border that has been repeatedly noted as more palatable for development and is most likely more financially viable for developers. Let's get on with some quick wins in the eastern corridor and under an amended 5-acre rule, please.
Well done, you were under 4 minutes. Yes.
I thought I had 3, but I got it.
Who's next, please?
Marilyn Fisher, followed by Brett Bader.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Fisher, and I have resided at 719 Fifth Avenue for 30 years. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board on the issue of the 5-acre rule. I don't know how many of you know the true impetus for the creation of the 5-acre rule. I do. I was present when the originators of the referendum victories. Don Letter crafted the rule. Both have been passionate advocates for the well-being of the community that make up the town hall. Rick Reeves isn't here to address the board himself, as he died a year ago. But he left a paper trail in record letters, articles, and conversations with successive staff and former mayors that should be found in the town records. So, in his absence, I'm going to quote to you what Rick Reeves had to say about the 5-acre rule. The rule was created because the town board was ignoring what the town residents wanted and had repeatedly voiced to the board. The established system wasn't working. The board was going to do what it wanted to do. It was created because referendum should not be the default mechanism by which a town or any government implements democracy. That is, the will of the people and its vision of what it wants the town to be. It was implemented because construction of comprehensive plans is a flawed roadmap. And in any case, no one, especially the board, pays
attention to them unless it's convenient for the argument at hand. The rule was created to ensure that the future of the town is and would be directed by the residents, as it should be, and not by any commercial agenda or dictate to the Chamber of Commerce. It was created to ensure that the town residents were served by the board members and not subject to them or to the agenda of what board members want. It was created to ensure that the people of the town had the ultimate say in the democracy and not board. It was created to stop or at least impede backroom deals and to foster transparency around the workings of the board and staff. It was a terrible day when democracy is tinkered with and adulterated because it's too inconvenient to someone's commercial agendas. End of quote.
Thank you. I believe your time is up. I hope the date. Do you have a? That wasn't your. I'm so
She
sorry.
still has a minute.
That wasn't your date. I apologize. You have a minute.
Mine is that.
Please continue.
What the town is proposing is yet another attempt to circumvent the 5-acre rule and render it totally impotent, but to claim that we still have it. And so it's the money and commercial agendas that are now what's appropriate and acceptable priorities. They become almost religious values to be embraced and promulgated, and anyone who disagrees with these values is to be either ignored, dismissed, demoted, or silenced. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please no applause. Thank you.
Brett Bader and then Catherine Russell.
Good evening. So my name is Brett Bader, 1018 Horizon Drive. So at the last Board of Trustees meeting, there was a question lingering here about how widespread is the support for the proposed amendment to the 5-acre rule. Indeed, most or all of the public comments were from the North and Steamboat Valley. That's a fair question. How deep is the support across the community? Concerned residents wanted to know too. So we started the public awareness campaign to get the word out about the 5-acre rule amendment and the new IGA. We canvassed the neighborhoods across all of Lyons to gauge the depth of support across the community, not just in the north, but in other neighborhoods as well. Canvassers collect signatures and gather contact information for when the time comes for further public input. The statement that residents were signing reads, I support strengthening the Town of Lyons ordinance enacted in 2000 that requires that citizens have a vote on all annexations at/above 5 acres to now include lands subdivided in the county to under 5 acres and later proposed for annexation. In about 5 days, we collected signatures and or intent to sign because they were out of town from 126 residents. Let me go through that neighborhood breakdown. So in Lyons Valley Park, we collected 29 signatures. That includes streets from McConnell Drive, Nolan Court, Welch Drive. In Stone Canyon, we collected 17. That's Eagle Valley Drive, Falcon Lane, Peregrine Lane, and others. In the central part of the town, we collected 23 signatures. That's including Fifth Avenue, Park Street, Gree Street, and others. In the northeast hillside, we collected 16. That's Second Avenue, Longspeak Drive, and others. And in the north, we collected 40 signatures. That's Horizon Drive, Steamboat Valley, and Vasquez Court. That all totals 126. Here are a smattering of comments from conversations with those residents as we were doing the canvassing. More public input is always good. I see no negatives with this amendment. Due diligence is important. I'm not against new housing, but the process has to be respectful. Plan before we leave. This is completely consistent with the will of the voters in 2000. Of course, people want to vote on annexations, and they should be able to. So 126 signatures is a lot. It reveals that there is widespread support of this amendment from across town and not just one sector. Given that support, it is in the best interest of the town to have that public discussion on any future growth that affects our safety, well-being, and the quality of life here in beautiful Lyons. I and 25 other residents encourage the Board of Trustees to support the amendment of the current citizen 5-acre vote. Thanks for your consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Brett.
There's Catherine Russell, followed by David Chilson.
I'm Catherine Russell at 770 Steamboat Valley Road.
Concerning the adoption of the 5-acre rule amendment proposed by Trustee Browning, I sincerely request the Board of Trustees vote to approve it for 2 reasons. Concerning the to close a loophole in the current law that might allow a landowner to carve a section slightly less than 5 acres out of a larger parcel of land to potentially annex and develop without having to include citizen input or vote. And second, I approve this amendment passing to strengthen trust and transparency between this town board and the community. Speaking personally, I am aware that because there are many of us who live in the North Lyons and are vocal about our serious concerns over the possibility of high impact development in our area, that we have been sometimes by a few broad brushed to be elitist or NIMBY. And I don't understand this. I would like to share that when Lyons was devastated by the September 2013 flood, my husband Ed and I took in an older gentleman into our home who had lost his trailer. He slept on a floor and we shared one bathroom through Christmas and into the new year until he found new accommodations. Instead of being selfish and NIMBY, perhaps we are instead educated and understand how serious and impactful these new development decisions will be and justify citizen input and vote. My husband, Ed, has professionally modeled wildfire behavior for every state in the U.S. over 10 years. We are keenly aware that Lyons is one of the most dangerous areas to live in the U.S. in terms of wildfire. Our wildfire risk is at 97%. Considering the building of 90 to 180 new homes in our valley and North Lyons is the FEMA poster child of where not to build for health and safety reasons, above the blue line, wildland fuels, no adequate egress, strong prevailing winds, steep slope, and deep gullies. Adopting the 5-acre rule amendment strengthens what this law was intended to do: protect the right of Lyons citizens to actively participate in its own governance concerning these immensely consequential future outcomes of today's annexation decisions. Let's work together to determine common sense and strategic places to develop and grow. With sincere gratitude, I thank you to be able to address this board. Thank you.
Okay, please do not applaud. I appreciate it. If you want to like wave your hands, that's great, but please do not applaud.
David Chilson, followed by Eric Janet.
Hi, my name is Dave Chilson. I live at 731 2nd Avenue. Been there 23 years. When this ordinance was originally passed, just before I moved here. I agree with everything that's been said, especially the thought that we're not an inconvenience. The town is not an inconvenience to developers. We are simply educated people who want a say in what goes on here, because these impacts are wide-reaching, from the wildfire we just heard about to impact on schools, the water, the sewer, the roads, the quietude in all over town. It doesn't just involve the north. And when my partner and I went around canvassing, we didn't meet one person who was in favor of letting developers use the loophole. So the resolve is obviously strong, not just because a few people are speaking, but all around town. And I would encourage the board to use this as an opportunity to let the people have a voice in the town, because right now what we're experiencing is petitioning you guys to make the right decision. But I trust that you will, but there's no reason not to trust the people in town to know what is best for our town. And so I think a developer who has a great plan ought to go to the people and present it and sell it and say, yeah, this is what we need down here along the corridor. Here's what we need in the north. And the people of town say, yeah or no. I think we're very capable of doing it, and I think that any opportunity, any little opportunity to spread democracy, especially these days, is a welcome thing. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to having the 5-acre rule loophole closed. Thank you, guys.
Eric Janik, followed by Robert and Colleen Wilson.
Your turn, Eric.
Eric Janik, I live at 214 Stickney, and I'm here to talk about ordinance 1164. Is this the right time for that?
No, you're
okay.
gonna wanna wait until
I'll
we
wait.
open the public hearing on that, Eric. Thank you.
Robert and Colleen Wilson.
Yeah, we won't be speaking, but I would just say we agree with this.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, we'll see if there's anybody, would you like to?
Yes, I
address the
would.
board? Anna?
My name's Randall Burton, 127 Peregrine Lane. First thing I want to say is I'd like to thank everyone who's spoken here. You've done your homework. I'm very, very impressed. Now to the board. Trustee Browning, thank you for the work you've done. I learned a lot. I agree with everyone here who's spoken. You guys have heard the will of the people right here tonight. Now we want to see what you are going to do. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Okay. If you are online and you would like to speak, you can either raise your hand, you can turn on your video. Please state your, yep, I see you up there. I can't see what it says, but I see you with your hand raised. So please take yourself off mute and state your name and address for the record to begin.
Is that me? Turn it off. Hold on. All right. I'm Patrick Robleski. I'm at 435 Vasquez Court. And just to echo what so many people have said this evening, I believe the spirit of community first is going to involve public comment and public vote with any annexations with this new approach of chopping parcels into less than 5 acres. And I strongly support the amendment to do so. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else online like to speak during audience business? Renee, I see you took yourself, put yourself on video. Would you like to speak now? No? Okay. Didn't think so. Okay, so we'll close the audience business and each trustee will have an opportunity to respond. We'll start with trustee Hamrick over there at that end.
I really don't have anything to add. I mean, I'm in support of the amendment. Somebody mentioned visiting sites. I will say the IGA task force, which I'm a liaison to, visited all the sites. So yes, it's very eye-opening when you go see these. So yeah, I would encourage anyone and everyone to go see them, see what the challenges are. So that's it.
Yeah. Trustee Will?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the turnout at this meeting tonight as well as all the other ones that we had previously. Makes me almost feel like I'm back in New Hampshire again. Because back in New Hampshire, largely most of the town's decisions were made by the population of the town in a town meeting. It's nice to see that spirit alive here in Lyons.
It is good to hear everyone and to also see all the letters and emails we received from people in town to know how strongly people feel about their town, how much they love it. So thank you so much for what you say. I have nothing to add right now. I do have things I will say once we get to actually considering 66.
Let me just clarify one point that a couple of people mentioned. This amendment would not require a vote on all less than 5 acre amendments. It would only address carve outs that have been done since the 5 acre rule has been into effect in 2000. And in fact, there have been a number of less than 5 acre annexations into the town of Lyons since the 5 acre rule was passed. Circle K, Clark Hardware, Farmette, one other property. But these are properties that were simply less than 5 acres for many, many years. And if there are less than 5 acre properties that for whatever reason seek to annex into Lyons, and less than 5 acre properties since before the 5 acre rule went into effect, as opposed to being carved out to try to get around it, and no vote would be required. So it wouldn't address all less than 5 acre properties.
So I'm all for affordable housing, and I don't think this is the proper area for it. And I do think that the people of the town should have a vote and the right to say, everybody should have a say in it.
And I'll start by saying, I just really appreciate from the bottom of my heart, all of the emails, the folks who come to speak. I know it's not the easiest thing to do. I know you're taking time out of your lives and energy out of your lives to come and do this. And I think it's a great demonstration of democracy in action. And I would love to see more board meetings with full audiences. I think that's terrific. And I, like Mayor Pro Tem, I have some things that I'm going to talk about when we get to this issue on the agenda. But I do want to address people being called NIMBYs. I want to address that for a minute. So you all might not know, but for years I was on the board of Plan Boulder County, and PLAN stands for People's League for Action Now. Plan Boulder was founded in 1953 to create the open space program in Boulder County. And serving on that board, I was called NIMBY more times than I can count. And I know what it's like to be accused of having a certain worldview when it's simply, there's no evidence for it and it's not the case. So I want to encourage everyone to refrain from making judgments about what we think people's motivations are. Because in my experience, that it's, number one, it is absolutely never helpful. And number two, it is rarely true. So, so I just want to say that and thank everyone again for speaking tonight and for writing to us. And I'll pass it along to staff to see if there's anything you'd like to add.
No, I don't believe we have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you, everybody. Stay tuned. No, sorry. Audience business is closed. Okay, so we've done audience business and follow-up. Next up on the agenda is an update from Renee Doubleday about the 402 Main Street property. And I'll say that this is an update only. If we want to have a board discussion on it, it will be on a future agenda. Okay.
And I would like to say thank you. And actually, Paul is here and he'll probably do the majority of the speaking, but thanks for having us here today. And yeah, happy to give an update.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Rogan and the Board of Trustees for the time tonight. Is it possible to screen share? It looks like I can. I just was going to pull up the timeline of what's been happening, if that's okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. So, as some of you may or may not know, we closed on the building on December 15th, 2022. We frankly were very excited about it. We had just closed on another building in Denver and we were doing a 1031 exchange. And we were super excited to acquire a building that was fully tenant occupied. And frankly, the tenants were amazing. It was 9 different tenants and we were really excited to work with them. And sadly, I think it was 6 days later after closing, there was a fire started in the basement and basically compromised the entire building. Again, that fire was on the 15th. That was when we sort of began the insurance claim. And on the 23rd, all of the investigations began. There were 4 different entities that did an investigation: Boulder County, the insurance claim, the insurer for the person, or at least the origin of the fire, where it seemed to have started. I mean, anyway, several people looked at it, and the conclusion was the same, is that it was an accident, the fire. On the January 10th of 23, there was an industrial hygienist who did a walkthrough of the building, even though it was severely compromised and structurally, the main floor had completely collapsed into the basement from the fire. But we had done an asbestos audit on the building prior to purchasing it that showed that there was some asbestos in the drywall joint compound. Very common in buildings this age. And, again, our intention was never to really do anything with the building, but to continue to maintain it, upgrade, just slight upgrades, nothing major. Light fixtures and carpet and paint and those kind of things. So on January 18th of 23, it was identified as what's called a hazardous spill by the state of Colorado, CDPHE. We had to submit a demo plan. It took a couple of weeks to pull that demo plan together, and we submitted to the city or to the state, and all of those asbestos demo plans have to go through the state. We submitted for it on March 16th of 23, and it took, almost whatever that is, 9 months to get a permit from the state. We received our permit on 11/1/23, and then we had to move forward then with termination of all of the utilities to the site. And then January 1, almost a year after we purchased the building, staging for the demolition began, and we were able to start demo. Demo started on 1/23. When the demo was complete in February 15th of 24, we then could assess the situation with the basement. The big question the whole time was the basement. Were the walls all compromised? There was no way to assess it prior to the demolition being complete. Frankly, we couldn't even access the building. You had to have a full hazmat, asbestos, certificate to do that, and no one on our team has that. And you couldn't see it anyway. So, but once the site was completely done, we did do a site walk with our engineer. They had to spend a little bit of time doing an assessment. So that was in March of this year. And once we determine what portions of the basement are salvageable or not, we then started working with our architect to do some conceptual design for a new building on the site. We did at the same time, basically a week later, list the buildings, sort of, contemporaneously with doing some work to assess whether we want to build a new building. Frankly, we have so many different projects going right now. Our goal in purchasing the building was to have something turnkey, and then unfortunately the fire happened. So as of right now, we did put drawings out to different contractors. We did get some preliminary assessments on bids that just came in. And then we also got a bid what it would cost to, fill that basement. I sort of feel like, there is infrastructure there that is worth keeping, which is why we've kind of, the plan that we've drawn shows keeping the basement. Again, if somebody were to buy it, depending on what their use is, of course, would determine what direction they want to go with it. So that's where we're at right now. We do have a couple of interested parties in purchasing the building. We are just kind of finishing up our due diligence, and, kind of all of our pro forma numbers on whether we want to do a new building there or not, or if we would sell it to somebody else who is interested in doing that. So that's where we're at. We did, just in terms of safety, obviously the site has been fenced the entire time. We have refrained from putting any sort of a screening on the fence because it's so windy up there that our concern was that that fence could fall in. We did, when it was first put up, put in steel posts and shoring to strap the fence to it and make it safe. And that's sort of where we're at right now. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there's time for that.
Yep, there sure is. Thank you so much, Mr. Champorello. Questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. So are you marketing the lot as a lot at the present time?
Yes. As an as-is site, buildable site, yes.
And, but you're also, I hear you saying that you're seeking bids for construction. You may build on that at some point. If you don't get a sale on the lot itself.
Correct. I mean, we're going through the numbers. Frankly, it's, with interest rates where they are and construction costs where they are, if you're not a user, meaning if somebody were to build it and occupy it as their own business, if you're just leasing it, the lease rates in Lyons that we have, looked at, and the costs and rates where they are now make those numbers difficult to sort of, make sense. Which is also why we sought to see what the bid was, to just fill it, to make it a level site, and then there would not, be no need for a fence.
One more question. What did the engineering analysis reveal about the foundation? Is it structurally sound? Can it be used again?
The west wall is sound, the south wall is sound, and about the first 10 or 15 feet of the east wall is sound. The north wall, during the demolition, partially, it pulled away from the footing and is leaning into the hole. It's stable right now, but you certainly couldn't use it to build on. The intention, or at least the structural engineer that we've worked with, we would pour a new footing on the north portion of the building and then turn the corner on the east side to meet the portion that is good. And then the rest of them, we'd connect the two pieces and we could move forward. It would be okay.
Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Chamberlain?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow up with a question that I heard asked by more than one member of the prior board at a meeting back in February. And the basic question was, could you either fill in or cover the hole? Because our town nuisance ordinance mentions specifically excavation, hole, pit, basement, cellar. And that's what we got right there. And I'm concerned that we have a statute that addresses this, and can you not cover it up with some type of cover that would keep it from being an unsightly and potentially dangerous hole?
Yeah, we looked into that. And I think there's really kind of two options. To fill the hole, you would need to fill it with structural fill so that whenever something went back in, it was sound. The bid for that is $100,000. To do a structural lid on it so that it could be waterproofed and just, we'd have to do the north wall, the east wall, and the structural lid. And that bid came in at about $350,000. So our thought was, without knowing specifically what direction we're going, neither one of those options seemed like a great option. And, there's nobody who wants to see this thing, get resolved more quickly than I do, or Renee does. But, going through all the proper due diligence is, we feel like prudent at this time. And I totally understand that it's a nuisance. Certainly not one that we created, but it is a nuisance.
So we just leave it like that? Leave it like that for an indefinite time? Is that where we are?
That's certainly not anybody's intention, no.
Other questions for Paul and Renee? All right. Well, thank you so much for giving us that update. Really appreciate it. And fingers crossed that we have a great outcome as soon as we can.
Yep. We really want something special to happen there. We don't want to just, if the building we're looking at creating would be, masonry. It would not be some sort of, standing seam metal funky thing that wouldn't work in that district. I consider it a historic district. I mean, I think it's a beautiful block. Not to say that somebody else coming to the table, if they were to buy it, would do the same, but yeah, that's that's where we're at.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome. Happy to answer
Thank
any
you.
questions at any time.
Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's move on to staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
Hello, good evening. Speaking of asbestos, so 10,000 fibers of asbestos fit on the lips of the Abraham Lincoln. So findings.
Wow.
Quick facts.
Did not
Learn
know that.
something new. Let's see, the fire ban's still in effect. As everybody knows, fire danger is super high right now. We've had multiple fires that luckily got put under control pretty quick. Last week we had one up by Button Rock and then one off North Foothills Highway, the open space there.
I saw it last today.
Yeah, anyways, well, the one from InCar too up there, but so please, if you see people that are being not responsible with fire or charcoal grills is a big one, please call us, please. And it's $510 first offense fine. So, Rocky Grass at Plant Bluegrass is kicking off next week, 26th through the 28th, but we'll have people starting to move in midweek of next week. So expect a more busy town. 4th of July weekend actually went pretty smooth in town. We only had 2 fireworks complaints versus we had 7 the previous year, so that's pretty good. But pretty much was in town all weekend that week, and our deputies wrote about 40 traffic tickets in town, so it's quite a bit for just a few days. And the shout out to the campos and the security and the town's park and rec, because they've really looked at, especially the burn, and they put some new, they tried it out lowering the limit of people coming to picnic, stuff like that, around 750, and that is extremely helped out. I camped there a couple years ago over the 4th, and it was complete chaos with people everywhere, and it's just not enjoyable. And being there on the 4th and walking around, it's like totally night and day difference. So, and people are actually being able to enjoy it, less problems, stuff like that. So, definitely helped out a lot. And on the 4th, we just a few miles outside of town on Highway 7, we had an arson. We sent a press release out last week with a video of him lighting a fire inside the house. And luckily, that fire did not take off, but they did lose a storage shed that was on the property. So, pretty good video of the guy. So, if you see anyone that looks like that, please call us. We're still obviously actively investigating it. The National Night Out is next month, first Tuesday of August, so August 6th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Bone Park. So, still in the planning phase, but it should be a good time. Hopefully we don't get rained out this year like last year. Even though the rain would be nice. And then just golf carts again, people can't be driving them in the parks or on the trails. We had a complaint today about that. So. And just working traffic in town the last few weeks, just noticed some areas where I think additional speed signs need to be posted. So I've got that out to Public Works, and of course they got to go to CDOT and stuff like that. But one's on southbound 5th Avenue, another one's 3rd and Main area. So then just over the stats. Let's see, year to date, we have about just over 1,500 calls, which is up 134 from this time last year. And that's all mostly just traffic, accidents, extra patrols, and animal complaints. First few weeks of July 11 or 1 through 11, 142 calls. That's up 64 from last year, and that's all just traffic and extra patrol stuff. Tickets 348 so far this year. That's up 21 from last year. So far in July, we've had 40, and that's up 16 from last year. No surprise here, accidents are still up a lot. 25 total with 8 last year at this time. So, but I will say the new striping has helped tremendously. I don't hear horns honking all day, which is nice. They're at the 5th and Broadway turn. And flock, it's a 4th of July weekend or 4th of July day this year. We had just over 10,300 cars come into town on Main. And that's up like 2,100 from 4th of July last year. So quite a bit more people. And then just the 4th of July weekend, Saturday and Sunday, there was just under 1,800, or I'm sorry, 18,000 that came. And then hopefully when we get, hopefully soon, the flock cameras up on other interests in the town, we'll have more data to show how cars are actually coming into town. So that's just one direction. So that is it.
Thank you very much. Questions for Sergeant?
So with the fire ban, is that still a stage 1?
Yes.
Fire ban, so people are allowed to have fires in their own barbecue grills and permanent fire things, but not on anything public.
Correct. Yeah. Level 1 is essentially more for public lands first, and then stage 2 is private. So if it goes into a stage 2, that would be allowed. But right now, like at your own house, if it's contained, stuff like that, you're fine. But I just, especially if the wind's out, they can just pick up out of nowhere. You know, just everything's so dry, it just takes one little longer. You got big problems. So.
I'd be remiss in not mentioning this. I think we all got an email from Elena Hughes about, she was proposing, and we've heard this before, lowering the speed limit on 36 coming into town. I know it's a CDOT issue. I know it's complicated. I know it's been tried before. Her second issue, and one that I think you might be able to address, because it's happened to me 2 or 3 times, and it appears as it's happened to Elena as well. I have almost been killed trying getting out of McConnell when the light turns green and people are running the red light and they have to beat it. Is there any way we can set up any sort of patrol there where we can pick up some of those red light runners? Because it's a dangerous situation.
Right. No, and I agree. And that came up a few months ago, and just I think right after school ended, and a lot of times I notice when there's schools like in session during the school times, I think that light was programmed to for east and westbound traffic to the green light arrow to turn south on McConnell from westbound Ute was automatically, and it was a pretty long turn because all the people were trying to get kids to and from or to school. But I went back and looked at it and it wasn't doing that. So it's just blatantly people are just doing it. So I'll set out another extra patrol request for that area. And I did spend some time, a few hours sitting there. You know, you're in a marked car, so people aren't gonna, I mean, they still do, but it's not as blatant as, there's no cars here. So,
And I can respond. We had a meeting with CDOT today about other measures that could be taken until we're ready for a speed study and it meets the warrants. So they're going to look, I don't know if any of you saw that a week ago or so, there was a variable message sign that said right lane closed for construction.
Yeah.
And it was only there for about 2 days due to some work in the shoulder. So today we talked to them about some other things we might be able to use, like a variable message sign that just said congested area ahead, slow down. For those folks pulling out of the Circle K, Spirit Hounds kind of area. We also talked about different signage they can use in the meantime, because like a rapid flashing device isn't, budgeted there and those sorts of things, but kind of to let people know a stop light is for westbound, that a stoplight is coming ahead, prepare to stop one of those. So we did talk with them about some other measures we can take until we're ready to do a speed study.
Do you know what's their resistance to lowering the speed from say 50 to 40?
It has to meet certain warrants. And if it does not meet the warrants, they will not do it. And one of those warrants is they take a study of what speed the cars are going now. And they use 85% of that to set the new limit. So there is actually a chance
That it'll go up.
that it will go up.
That's why we don't do it.
Because they follow what the traffic patterns do, not what makes sense for that neighborhood necessarily. So it's gonna take, we have to time that at the right time to be ready to perform and pay for that.
So when they do that, let me know and I'll put like 3 marked cars out there.
No, I think it's interesting. You mentioned 18,000 cars passing through town on a given day. I mean, is that taken into consideration?
Oh, sure, absolutely. That's one of the words. And how many access points and things like that. But, so anyway, we are going to see what we could do at least between now and the end of summer to help both the intersection of Stone Canyon and for the turning in and out right at that curve. That's really the problem. People going eastbound are starting to speed up there.
Yeah.
And then they get around that curve and everybody's stopping to turn into those 2 locations. So it's a speed up and then others are braking. It's definitely a problem.
And that area by Circle K, Spirit Hound is nuts. And especially on the weekends, there's no parking. There's 8 different ways of getting out of there. And we get a lot of accidents there. We just had a few. State Patrol took one of them, but it was a hit and run. The vehicle that wasn't at fault took off. So he's probably shouldn't have been driving, but is, you know, a lot of like backing into stuff, little fender benders, because it's just so congested that, and it, and Spirit Hound's busy. It's hard to see eastbound traffic because of the bend, and then there's cars blocking the view.
So we're gonna see if we can get a variable message sign before next weekend, just to do something right away. You always are willing to stage cars, but of course it's never the right time, or when they see you, they slow down.
And that would be such a great place for a red light camera, just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, or, the van with the camera.
The red light camera, does that have to be CDOT approved?
It would probably have to be that, and locally, you probably have to have some form of an ordinance to be able to implement that and pay for it.
And that's what we were running the problem with Flock is on CDOT's right away. You can't put anything on their infrastructure for those cameras, but so like Boulder has a ton of them, but those are their right of ways. It's their poles, their lights. And last year I looked into it with that, and it's a lot of money to get that program going. It works for Boulder because they have several retired cops that do the vans, and so it's it's a huge investment up front. And I think the state law is for speed cameras, like Morris, I think it was Morrison, that article from a few months back.
Yeah.
Is the tickets can't be more than $40. And I don't know what red light, this is for speed. So you could be going, I think they're doing 10 and over, or maybe 7, but if that, they could be going 10 over or 30 over and it's still a $40 ticket. So, but those would probably pay for themselves in about a week. And all the traffic I run is, especially on the weekends, is 99% of the people are out of town. And they're literally, I'm sitting on the side of the road and they don't even see me. I was like, because I tried to explain to them where they were speeding. Like, oh, I have no idea. I was like, did you see me parked right on the side of the road? Oh, no. So they're not paying attention. They're just, that's the problem. Too many distractions and stuff to look at. They're just not paying attention. So.
Well, thank you. And I also noticed that there were far fewer fireworks this year, and my dogs would like to thank everybody for that. It was, no, seriously, it was just great to know that the community is taking the fire ban seriously. So thanks to everybody for that. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Yeah. Administrators report, please.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this short. I'm sure you've all had a chance to read it. I believe the Lions Valley Park fire mitigation, as you guys know, we had the goats up there a couple weeks ago. And then this past few days, it's been the Healthy Forest Mitigation Services to take out the dead wood that's been on the property. So I believe it's complete. And I do just want to mention one thing that happened while we were up there working. the South Ledge Ditch Company arrived on site and said that they are planning to do some improvements and possibly start that up again. And they are planning to fence their property off so the public cannot use the ledge in that area. So I want to give you that heads up because I know you'd be so happy about that, Trustee Lowell. But they now have a fully active ditch writer and president. So we have a name and a contact, but they did make us aware that that is their intent. So we will be working with them. It sounds like more than we ever have in the past. They're active again, apparently. In regard to all the recent wildfires in the area, I know most of our public has signed up for the Boulder County and Larimer County notifications. I think this last week of fires was a good lesson for us that we also need to sign up for U.S. Forest Service notifications. 2 of those fires were on U.S. Forest Service, and even our own local fire department doesn't get notified. You have to be signed up for it. So I would encourage everyone to go out to the U.S. Forest Service. I think Kim sent a link on a e-blast to get notified for those as well. They are a separate entity that have their own response teams and own methods for responding. I believe we commented on the wastewater plant odor, so hopefully if we can just hang on here another week or 2, we'll have the recommendations for the odor control of the wastewater plant. The local capacity planning grant that we applied for a few months back, we were notified by DOLA that it has been awarded for Lyons and Netherland to share a housing coordinator for the next 2 years. And they will pay 100% of their salary and benefits during that time, so that we will have someone who can focus on our Proposition 1, 2, 3 goals, at least 20 hours a week, as well as participate in more of the regional housing groups that we just don't have the bandwidth for. So we'll be bringing that back to the board in an upcoming session for acceptance or not, but it has verbally been awarded. I also included the Town Hall Phase 2 environmental site assessment that was conducted through Department of Public Health and conducted by Stantec. It is a 229-page document with lots and lots of scientific charts and numbers. But basically they did find that the historic part of Town Hall exceeds contamination limits in about 8 different chemical fields. And they are recommending that we move forward and apply for a grant to have the subsurface of Town Hall remediated. So that too, I'll put on a future agenda for us to discuss. And in the meantime, I'll make sure that no staff are in the area where we smell the diesel unless the windows are wide open and the doors open as well. And otherwise, we may have to look at converting that to a different space. So we will talk about that at another time. I also want to make you aware, and you guys can see it happening, the depot landscaping is moving along. The dedication of the Laverne Johnson sculpture will be on July 24th. I did approve the closure of half a block of railroad during it, just so you know what action I took on that. And also that we were notified last week on Friday by HUD, federal HUD, that they would like Lyons to host their 50th anniversary celebration of community development block grant funding is having its 50th anniversary. And they would love to bring about 100 people here to look at the rebuilding efforts our community took. And you may not be aware of this, but CDBG funded almost as much as FEMA. So FEMA was in the $40 to $45 million range of flood recovery. CDBG Tracy's putting together the list, but it's about 30 projects and around $35 million. So they were a significant contributor to our recovery as well. So I have tentatively said, yes, of course, we want to host them so that they're going to have potentially the director of HUD, the regional administrator of HUD, several Congress people. And so as my instructions have always been to keep this alive so that if we ever want to seek other HUD funding, they'll remember our community and their positive experience here. So we're going to be working on that. Was not planning for that at all. And it's going to be in about 4 weeks. Other than that, I did put in the sport court in Bone Park. It has been resurfaced and repainted and is reopened for use. And the flashing beacon that was hit by a car on 2nd Avenue and Highway 36, the replacement has arrived. So we will get that installed this week. I know there was questions about how soon we could do that. We'll get that in this week. And other than that, just want to remind people that curbside limb pickup is this week. There are very specific guidelines to follow. And if you haven't gotten it out yet, it's supposed to be out by today. So get out there tonight and get it done. But that will be occurring all throughout the week. And then we also had a finance update. Cassie has notified me that she is dealing with a personal issue at the moment. So I don't know if you want me to share that or if you all had the opportunity to look at the finance report, but I can hit the highlight on sales tax.
Let's hit the highlight on sales tax and then if people have questions.
Okay. Sales tax, we have reports presented through June sales, and it is year to date, it's up about 7.6% from last year at this time. But when we talk about those numbers, the month of May's collections were $149,973. And of that amount, 55% was from local businesses and 45% was from non-local businesses that deliver here. So we always see that little shift in the summer. So this month showed the shift in May started. Other than that, all of the funds, general fund, electric, water, sewer, stormwater, and parks and recreation revenues are exceeding expenditures year to date. And the only two funds that are not are water and sewer, and it's simply because we made a debt service payment. And by the end of the year, that will even out.
Thank you.
I think that's all.
Thanks very much. Questions for Administrator Johnson tonight? Trustee Lou.
Victoria,
Yeah.
I hate to be a pest about this, and
Okay.
I know Dave's out of pocket today.
Yeah, he'll be in tomorrow, or Wednesday.
Pump's not working, hasn't been working for 2 months in the lower pond. Pond is getting green and scummy. There are people swimming in it, there are kids in it now. I have this threat of cyanobacteria, the blue-green algae that can form in these conditions. You know, EcoSource Solutions, we've had them for 3 or 4 years now. I think they're the contractor for that. And there always seems to be a problem with that pump. I don't know what the latest problem is, but you know, it was promised it was going to be turned on by the end of April, and here we are.
I think it was on in April, and since
And
then
that kept cutting in and
yeah,
out.
went out. I saw that too. I think Dave did give you an update in his last report, a little more detail. They did come out and blow out the lines and things like that. Seems to be a bigger issue, but no, we totally agree with you. It may be time we have to find something else because
I
the
just think it's a
solution is
public
not working.
safety issue with this hot weather.
And we definitely will be keeping an eye on algae. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
And I'll just say, I'm so pleased that the multi-use court has been repainted. And if there are any pickleballers in the audience or listening, I want to thank you for your patience because that it seems like it might have taken a while. I remember when was the meeting where all the pickleballers came?
Oh, I don't know. It only took like 2 days to get it.
No, it took, but the request was
Oh.
made quite a while ago, so, I just want to say yay, glad to
Yay.
have that done.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Legal update, Attorney Dittman?
He also has texted me. His wife is in an emergency situation.
Oh, no.
He is listening by phone, but he's
can
driving.
you guys hear me?
He's driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I do have one update I wanted to give just quickly because we've been tracking it. It's with a piece of legislation, HB 24-1344. This was the plumbing board sunset bill of all things. And as part of that bill, they accidentally made it so backflow preventers could only be maintenance or inspected by master plumbers. And so the existing rules pre this legislation was that state certified individuals who are not master plumbers could service or inspect and recertify backflow preventers, but they couldn't install them. Only master plumbers could install them. This bill made it so that master plumbers had to do all of that work. And from my understanding from a flurry of activity this weekend among the city attorneys is that not very many people have qualified master plumbers that do this work, and nearly every company in the state uses other certified individuals to do this work. And so it's created a massive issue for making sure that backflow preventers are being inspected and maintained properly. From my understanding is, and the reason I want to get this update is that the state did recognize this is a problem, and it was not the intent of the bill sponsor to do this. It was kind of an oopsie, if you will. And so the state, from understanding, is supposed to be putting out a memo saying that they're not going to hopefully not enforce this for 6 months until the legislation can be fixed next year. But it is creating a problem already, as it did go into effect July 1st, and a number of the companies that do this work apparently said they're not going to do it any longer because of this legislation. So I just want to keep the board updated on that, as it may have effects on our operations. I don't think it has yet, but I know from knowing other city attorneys and seeing the listserv activity that this has become a major issue.
Thank you for that. I'm sure the master plumbing lobby is pleased.
Yeah.
Any questions for Attorney Dittman?
Might want to ask Aaron, how many do we inspect every year?
Well, we don't have to.
Well, how many do
have to
we
get the
require for
certifications
inspections?
from people. Hold on, we're up to 200.
Yeah, this is a big
Yeah,
deal.
300.
And we have to report it annually to the state and show it.
Most of ours come from the same 2 or 3 companies. I'm not sure if they're companies that have plumbers or not. The town works with a master plumber. So for ours, we have done a piece of plumber, so we're okay. But the other ones, we'll see. I've not heard anyone
That's 4 a week.
send in a complaint or a concern yet. We haven't. Now is when they start coming in, and we started receiving some of them. Rules, others I know have gotten theirs done. Usually irrigation systems get done right away in the spring. Everyone else, as it always, waits till the last minute. So hopefully we'll have some resolution by the fall.
I'm sure they will. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Attorney Dittman. Hope everything goes okay on your end over there.
I should be back on the meeting in an hour, hopefully. So thank you.
Well, yeah, family first. Okay, so let's move on then to amended agenda, first reading ordinance 1166, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections 15:1 through 40 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding the 5-acre rule. And before I ask for a brief staff report, I just want everybody, it can be very brief because I think we all know what's going on. For folks who might not know, so for ordinances, we have 2 readings. The first is what we're doing tonight. It's a first reading where the board decides whether it should move on to a public hearing. The board can make amendments at first reading. The second reading is the public hearing and adoption vote. If an ordinance is adopted on second reading, it's published, and typically it's 30 days to go into effect. So just so everybody has kind of a basis in what the process is. So brief staff report, please.
Sure, I'll keep it brief. Yeah, so you all know the insertion has been proposed. What was asked of staff prior to this meeting was just to provide some analyses of potential outcomes. So just going into the comprehensive plan, it's important to note that annexations are mentioned 43 times within that document. Really, the important parts of annexation, at least why it seemed as though it was important to the community at that time, was it was kind of while infill development, redevelopment is important as well. It was a way to kind of turn key to some housing diversity and affordable housing as well. So I provided these, of course, aren't all of the sections that mention annexations, but I tried to pull out at least a few of those to show kind of that intent within Lions Thrive. But that's really my staff report. All of those mentions are within the code. But yeah, kind of the potential outcome of this insertion is that it will seemingly, and again, the exempt subdivision process within Boulder County has been an option for quite some time. It's just never really been raised before, but this buttons up that loophole. So,
thank you. Questions for staff? All right, I would entertain a motion.
I move the adoption of ordinance 1166, amending section 15(1)(340) of the Lions Municipal Code regarding the 5-acre rule.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, okay, discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to start?
Sure. You know, I'm a pastoral counselor by trade, and all the time I keep copies of a little book based on Mexican wisdom, the 4 agreements about use impeccable words, do your best, don't take it personally, and don't make assumptions. This entire thing is a process that we, to me, as we've worked through this and heard from everyone, and heard from all of you, the importance of all of those things for good functioning of human being and good functioning of the community. So we are listening and listening carefully. And we're trying as a board not to make assumptions. Certainly I don't want to make assumptions. I'm hoping you're not making assumptions either. And trying to use impeccable words and be as clear as we possibly can. We're, I think, pretty definitely doing our best. Hearing from everybody today, and I really particularly appreciate the 126 folks and you guys going to all the work of going around and doing that. That was really appreciated. Because I was the one who had the most questions about that, or stated the most questions about that. We also received today a number of pieces of correspondence from people who were opposed to the amendment. And seeing the level of passion about this, I actually would prefer to see this taken to the population in a vote so that everybody in town can vote on this. And through some mechanism, which I suppose Brandon would have to help us with, figuring out a moratorium until that time. That would make sure it does not happen between now and then. But I'd like to hear from the entire town on this. There's a lot of passion about this, and I think it can be really instructive to see exactly how folks feel about that. So I know that that's difficult for the staff. I know there's a lot of cost involved with that, but I think it's worth it. So I would rather see it go to the people for a vote than I would see for us to take it to second reading and go to a vote here.
Trustee Bryan?
Yes. I'm not gonna repeat the history of the 5 acre rule for anybody that missed the prior meetings or hasn't seen it in the packet for the July 1st meeting. I compiled a little history of the 5 acre rule, background of what happened before it came into effect and what's happened since it came into effect. And I particularly appreciated the comment tonight from Ms. Fisher, who had lived here for 30 years and knew the people who wrote the 5 acre rule and was able to give a perspective that my research was done by going to Laverne's museum, thank you, Laverne, and looking through old Lions recorders as to what led to this at the times that votes were taken. And Ms. Fisher's perspective reinforced what I gleaned from those old newspapers and letters to the editor and everything in there, which is the people in Lyons were concerned about too much residential development outside of Lyons coming in, and they wanted to have a say in that. I don't recall seeing anything specifically about carve-outs. Serial annexations were addressed when the board adopted an ordinance to implement what the people had voted on. I think this is something that just didn't specifically get addressed. And I view this amendment, and I've always viewed this amendment as narrowly tailored as I could, as basically a compromise. I don't think it would be good policy to vote on every single annexation. And I drafted this intentionally to try to only catch possible carve-outs that were done after the 5 acre rule went into effect. As I said earlier, there have been multiple less than 5 acre annexations that have occurred since the 5 acre rule was adopted, and they can still. What I'm trying to get at is the type of thing that was being discussed back in the IGA negotiations between the county and town staffs about could we do a carve out of slightly less than 5 acres and avoid a vote. That's what I'm trying to target. And if that never happens, great. So I'm trying to make this as narrow as possible. I will echo the trustees on both sides of this issue. I said the amount of citizen input and effort in this has been remarkable. Tonight, last time, gathering a petition over July 4th week with 126 signatures, it's readily apparent to me that the majority of citizens in Lyons favor having a vote on this type of a carve-out amendment. I think we did receive some communications on the other side. There were 2 of them, as opposed to 126 signatures in support. I believe that the number of citizens who signed a petition back in, I guess it was March, expressing great concern about the draft of the IGA was in excess of 110. So I think the will of the people is pretty clear here. I have no problem with what Mayor Pro Tem Williams suggests that of putting this to a vote in November, but I want to go ahead and get the ordinance in effect now. The people in November can either ratify what we do by majority vote, or if the majority for somebody, if I'm reading the tea leaves wrong, public sentiment wrong, if they want to repeal what we do by majority rules. And I think the cost can be minimized because it can be added on to an overall November ballot instead of doing our own independent election. I believe the cost is less. So I have no problem with it going to a vote of the people. They can Brandon, Attorney Dittman, and draft the language, the ballot language that says either keep this ordinance in effect or repeal it to that effect, and whether it's an initiative or referendum, we can get his advice on that. I do believe this reflects the will of the people, and it's been very clearly expressed, and encourage that type of local democratic participation. I hope that this amendment will be sent to second reading and then pass that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dillman?
So if we put a moratorium on it now and then put it on a ballot initiative in November, then everybody can vote on it in the town. So I think that's what.
Trustee Hamrick?
Yeah, I think the amendment to this is a no-brainer. I think the question in my mind, which was brought up by Mayor Pro Tem, is yeah, should the board, this current board, change the will of the people, what they voted back in 24 years ago? What about the next board that wants to water it down or make anybody? So it seems to me that send it back to the public to vote on, to change this. And how we work out the mechanics to be determined as whether there's a moratorium or we voted it now, I'm open to it, but it kind of worries me that any board could come along and change, the statutes based on what they think is best for that time. And so it just seems backwards that we would be messing with something that was voted in by the people 24 years ago without kicking it back to the people and asking them, do you want to change this?
Trustee Will?
Yeah, it's clearly not escaped citizens' notice, as we've seen with all these people that have attended the past meetings, that some of the properties that were targeted for possible annexation in the IGA included 5 acre or less parcels carved out of much larger, for example, Boone, Connor, and Hawkins parcels. Not 7.5, not 10, but 5 acres or less. Now, I'd like to think that was just a convenient coincidence, but I also read the email of a prior planner of this town who was seeking a way and who expressed in the email that the town's 5 acre rule be rescinded so it doesn't have to go to a vote, or to raise the threshold to 50 acres. That gave me pause. It showed me that at least one person on town staff, who's no longer here, by the way, saw the 5 acre rule that was initiated by citizens as an impediment to development. So in the final analysis, it's the residents of Lyons who deserve a say in the direction this board and town staff choose to go. We saw the public outcry when the board in 2016 was working with Boulder County to build 60 to 70 affordable units in Bone Park under the auspices of the Boulder County Housing Authority. Citizen opposition led that board to make the very smart move of allowing the residents to vote on the proposal. That board didn't have to sanction a vote. They could have done it themselves, but true to their word, they let the residents have a say. I don't think we need to have an election on this issue. Here in Lyons, we allow residents to vote on very little. They depend on this board to make decisions. But the 5 acre rule is one of the few mechanisms by which residents can steer the growth of the town. The rule was a citizen-initiated rule that was voted in, and it should be honored. The amendment of that rule that we are considering prevents any manipulation and skillful subdivision of large parcels that would bring in annexable parcels under the 5 acres. The amendment to the 5 acre rule aims to prevent that and to retain the residents' right to vote on any annexations over 5 acres. You know, as resident Roger Flynn said here about a month ago in this room, an annexation and the development should stand on its own merit and not require any workaround to prevent Lyons citizens from rightfully having their say. So I'm going to vote yes on this.
Thank you, Chair. So, you know, we talk a lot in this room about democracy and the value of democracy. And I think particularly as the events of the past few days have shown us, democracy is sometimes fragile, maybe. It feels very important to me that every single resident has an opportunity to vote on a law that they originally voted in. It's very important to me. I think that if the citizens had a referendum to create a law, the citizens should be the ones to decide to change that law. We have an election coming up in November, as I'm sure we're all painfully aware at this point. We could refer a ballot measure to that ballot in November. I would be absolutely fine with putting a moratorium in place in the meantime. I think putting the ordinance in place and then asking the citizens to either ratify it or rescind it may be a little bit more confusing than just putting it on the ballot the way that it was initially on the ballot 24 years ago. I am so happy to get all of this input, whether it's criticism, and I have pages of notes of details that I would love to discuss, but I won't tonight. And I have also heard from people who tell me that they don't think this amendment is a good idea, but they are nervous about coming into a room of people who think that it is a good idea. Whether that is valid or not, I really think that every citizen should have the the opportunity to be heard on this. And so I'm going to be voting no on this tonight with the understanding that from what I've heard, the majority of this board is okay with this going on to a ballot and okay with putting a moratorium in place. So I would vote no, and I would request that the board consider directing staff to prepare ballot language for our next meeting and to prepare moratorium language for our next meeting.
Would it be possible to get our attorney to weigh in on that tonight? As far as what the best methodology would be to make sure that moratorium is ironclad?
Yeah, Attorney Dittman, are you available?
Yeah, Trustee Williams, I wanted to weigh in, so thanks for asking. So I think the usual process for this in terms of putting in a moratorium for something like this is you would do the ballot measure enacting the new ordinance, which is basically the one, that's before you tonight. And then separately, and I believe it's via resolution, I haven't done a moratorium in a while, you enact that moratorium to last until the results of the election. And so that's how that would operationally work. I haven't seen one that works like the way Trustee Browning has proposed. I'm happy to look into that more, but the typical process has been, ordinance changing something and then moratorium in place until that happens. And those are two separate instruments.
So, Brendan, would it be possible to do an addendum to it that then sunsets it for December 6th, which would be 30 days after the election?
Yeah, we can, make moratorium last as long or as short as you want. So long as there's some sort of valid reason for doing it. And there's a very valid reason here, considering this issue to be up for a vote. And so if you want to do it December 6th or January 1st or whatever date you would like, we can certainly do that.
Dolores, can you, I'm sorry, Clerk Vasquez, can you talk a little bit about this ballot schedule?
I did receive an email from the Boulder County Elections Division. I believe we have until July 29th or something to state that we had an interest in getting something on that ballot. I did email to see what that would look like. They said as soon as they had enough responses, then they would send out the schedule. So I have at least until then to tell them that there's an interest from this board to put something on that November ballot and coordinate with them. Just for cost wise, I believe the last time we coordinated with them on an election for a ballot question, it ran us from 9,000 to 10,000. So we're looking at that, if not higher. Yeah, because it goes up every year, and it depends on how many municipalities have something on the ballot. That cost is split, so it just, you never know. But all I can tell you is every year the cost goes up.
Yeah. Okay. And so we should probably consider too, and maybe we'll do this at our next meeting, if there is anything else we would like to add to the ballot.
I'd like to respond to a couple of things. With respect to moratorium, I believe that the passage of this amendment as drafted is a de facto moratorium. It stays in effect until the people vote. And I think that's the simplest and at this point, the quickest way to enact the moratorium. Yeah, we could do a separate moratorium ordinance. I don't see it. I think that would be duplicative of this. If we send this to second reading and it passes on second reading, then this is in effect until the people vote. And I can't imagine any prospective developer going forward with a project with a vote pending in this ordinance on the books. So I think enacting this amendment as proposed is a de facto. That's what I think we should do. Secondly, with regard to whether the board should ever change anything that the people have done, it's not. 5 acres has been amended by board resolution. It was done in 2017 when they changed the 5 acres on the eastern border to 10 acres. And at that time, one of the trustees made a motion. The same reason, let's send this to the voters because it was the voters who enacted the 5 acre rule. Let's send it to the voters for a vote. And that motion died for lack of a second because that board considered the commercial possibilities in the eastern corridor to be sufficiently enhanced by a 10 acre rule out there that they thought was in the best interest of the town. They did it with little little controversy. There were a few people that spoke against it, but there was no citizen movement to put it on the ballot or anything. So there is precedent for the board altering a citizen adopted initiative, especially, I would say, in circumstances where you see this much input from citizens who want this change to be done. And it basically came from a citizen initiated process itself. So my position is that we should send this to second reading and adopt it in second reading. For some reason, somebody thinks that an additional moratorium needs to be done. Okay, that's fine. I think that's.
Thank you.
My assumption is that's what our attorney just informed us, is that would be the normal way of approaching this.
Yeah.
I think the question then for me is more just, do we put sunset on it, or do we just do it?
That's it. Attorney Gibbon, do you have an opinion on that? Do we sunset it or no?
Sunset the moratoria or I mean, there's two different kind of methodologies being discussed here.
Sunsetting the ordinance, I think, is the question. And could you do a conditional sunset that it sunsets unless the voters have basically voted to retain it? Is that doable?
Yep. I'm not sure. That's kind of what I mentioned earlier. It's certainly not something I've seen done before, but you may be able to do.
Second reading.
Yeah, we can. The typical way it's been done is, you know, they put the ordinance making the change up in a moratorium in the meantime, but we can look at doing it kind of the reverse of that. I've never seen it done that way, but you probably can. I just need to figure out how to do it.
Okay.
Maybe we can discuss that at second reading then.
Yeah, well, that will give us some time before. Okay, so
One other technicality, if you do it by ordinance, unless you do it by emergency ordinance, it won't go into effect for 30 days after
right.
second, which won't be till August 5th. So it'd be early September. The election would be 8 weeks after that.
Yeah.
Versus a moratorium. But just remember that there's a 30-day. Oh, wait, you vote, and then I'll ask a couple more questions.
okay, so it sounds to me like the majority of the board is in favor of putting this on the ballot. And just for your all's information, you see we're missing Trustee Dottie tonight. So if there is a tie in a vote, the motion will fail. So considering that Trustee Dottie is not here tonight, that the board is amenable to putting this on the ballot, whichever way that winds up looking. Now.
Here we are with Dublin Louise.
I will be voting yes on this tonight, with the understanding that it will be on the ballot.
So the motion is to move to second reading.
The motion is to move to second reading. Any final comments for anybody? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Everybody? It is 8:45. Do we want to move on to plan unit developments, or do we want to take a short break and do a check-in? Yeah, okay. Let's move on to second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1161, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add new sections concerning planned unit developments, which has been continued from July 1st, 2024. You want to give us a brief refresh on this, please?
Yeah, so this has been in front of you all, of course, before. It was requested at the last meeting that Attorney Dittman make 3 edits, which have been incorporated into this document. And then it was requested from planning staff to try to find some real life examples of what these what these percentages look like. So I tried to do that as best I can. I'm hesitant to use real life examples, just I don't like calling out property owners. So, you know, in general, we have to look at this both through a square footage perspective and then also the dwelling unit and bedroom perspective. So kind of taking stock of what kind of projects we see, using kind of 5,000 square feet as a good baseline of using these percentages. Had originally thrown out, I believe, 20%. So as the difference between a minor and a major amendment. So kind of building off of that, I ran the numbers, 5,000 square feet. At 10%, it'd be 500 feet. You know, just trying to keep math simple, which doesn't seem like too big of an ask of administrative approval. 15% is 750, 20% is 1,000. So I think 20% starts to get a bit big for, you know, the PUDs that we see. So, you know, my staff recommendation is probably somewhere between that 10 and 15%. On the, and you know, codes are better when they're consistent. So, you know, using the dwelling unit calculus as well. So we originally had it at 1%, which any change to a PUD with dwelling units, that would throw that into the major category. So again, I had mentioned 20%. You know, we don't see huge projects, and as we all know, we don't have a lot of land to see large projects. Just kind of using that, you know, projects that we've seen in the past, kind of 10 units seems to be a reasonable of what we might see in property redevelopment for PUDs coming in the future. We might see 20, but you know, going further down, you know, just for this exercise, I think is important. So, you know, 10 units, you have to have at least, you know, 10% of 10 units. You're not going to pick up another unit without major development. So that's where that 15% is important, because that gets you up and over that percentage hump to get one more unit without having to go a major development. And then if it's 20%, then you could have 2 more units come out of that. So again, I think for the unit counts at least, I think Trustee Browning had mentioned 15% split at the last meeting. That seems like a pretty reasonable, that keeps, at least through staff's perspective, that keeps kind of the breakup between minor and major development. Less, what I see is less controversial if we add 1 unit. Again, I don't know if 2 units would matter on a 10 unit property, but especially at square footage, I think pencils out best at 15, and that's just the staff recommendation.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little confused here, and maybe I'm missing something. So I hear your staff recommendation, but I don't see it reflected in the ordinance. So the ordinance says, talks about 3% and 1%. I'm looking at the bottom of page 2, items 1, 2, and 3. So where is this?
Mayor Rogan. So the reason it's not in here is because the board never made that amendment, you know, during its previous review. And so during the last Board of Trustees meeting, it was basically decided that, you know, you wanted staff to bring back data, and then we consider those as blanks, more or less. And then you fill in the numbers that you felt were appropriate. So there would be no way to put in the staff recommendation without, you know, a motion, a second to amend.
Okay.
Yes, I was just trying to break down kind of that 10 to 20%. Anything below 10 doesn't really get us to that, at least the minor for most projects. Anything above 20% seems to get to where it might need community input or public hearing.
Okay.
So the staff recommendation would be in subparagraph 1 instead of 3%, to change that to either 10 or 15%.
That's correct.
Both of those, and then in paragraph 2, basically change to 3% and the 1% to 15%.
Yes. Again, I think just trying to hold things constant if possible.
already resolved.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions, Steph? All right, this is second reading, so I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to chit chat with us about ordinance 1161? PUD process. All right, I don't see anybody who would like to, so I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move the adoption on second reading of ordinance 1161, amending chapter 16 of the municipal code, add new sections concerning amending plan unit developments.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion, amendments?
I would offer an amendment, and it would be to amend, move to amend paragraph section 16(4)-260. Two sets of subparagraphs. In the second paragraph of that, I will propose to amend the percentages in subparagraph 1 to 15%. That's both proposed structures and approved open space reductions, and also to replace the 3% and 1% percentages in subparagraph 2 with 15%. And the record. That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Would we like to discuss this motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm good with that. I was good with the 15 last time.
And the reason, I know you recommended 10 to 15% on the first one, but I think 15% across the board has the virtue of simplicity. I agree.
Any other? Okay, let's vote on the amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Any other amendments? Further discussion?
Mayor Rogan, I have an amendment I'd like to propose.
Sure.
So I discussed this at the last meeting, but again, because staff can't amend the ordinance, I wasn't able to present it to you. But I'd like to read it to you. And it's under the application materials on page 6, where there's a list of different application requirements, including a general land use application, ownership and encumbrance report, so on and so forth. I'd like to add a new requirement under part I, that there also be an application fee and fee agreement. A non-refundable deposit is collected to cover the cost of review by the town attorney, the town engineer, the town utilities director, the town administrator, and any other town staff or outside consultant who the town may wish to employ, in addition to the notice and publication process. It continues that actual costs may exceed the deposit in the case that the applicant is liable for costs more than the application fee. According to this fee agreement, the town shall provide the applicant with a copy of the most current fee schedule and fee agreement form. And so this would bring the PUD process into line with the town's other development processes, which has this language and requires essentially that developers pay for any outside consultant time spent on the review of the application.
Administrator Simonson, are you in support of that?
Absolutely.
So moved.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion on Mayor Pro Tem's amendment? Okay, we'll vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Any additional amendments or discussion? I'd just like to thank staff for the hard work on this. And that includes you, Attorney Dittman, of course. I think that this is a great example of consolidating and streamlining our processes, which we hear over and over again is something that we need to be focusing on. So I'm pleased to call for vote on this.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. So appreciate your patience, y'all. I think before we get into the next reading and public hearing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take a really brief break. Everybody can get up and stretch their legs. And then when we come back, before we get into that topic, the board is going to have a brief discussion about, we'll do what we call our 9 PM check-in to see if there's anything else on the agenda that we would like to move to a later date. And then we'll get right to it. So I encourage you to get some air, get some water. If trustee Dachi were here, she would have had cookies.
Yes.
So I apologize that she doesn't. for allowing us that break. So this is the point in the meeting, 9 o'clock-ish, where we take a look at our agenda and see if there's anything we would like to move. And I'm gonna make a couple of suggestions here, see what folks think. Under general business, items 3 and 4, I think are not time sensitive. And I would ask indulgence from the SFC chair to move the Sustainable Futures Commission update to the next meeting.
And he's in.
He said, he indicated that's okay. Okay. So what do we think about those?
So we just keep 1 and 2 under general?
So we'll
business?
keep 1 and 2 under general business tonight.
I'm okay with that.
Yep.
You'll need motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we move 10 to Sustainable Futures Commission update, and 11, 3 and 4 discussion direction on Lions Valley Park Lot 14 filing 5, and discussion direction to boards and commissions on updating the Lions Guard comprehensive plan to a future meeting. Is there a second?
Do we want a date certain, or?
Do we need a date certain since they're not ordinances or
Just in
resolutions?
case, let's just hold off, yeah. We'll try again the next one though.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
The sustainable futures one doesn't need to be a date certain, but the two other ones probably should. So
They weren't resolutions. They were just discussion direction.
okay, then yeah, I think then it does have to do a date certain, but it's still good practice. So
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote on that change.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. Okay, so next up, second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1164, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections 16.3.150 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow subdivision of lots recorded on March 20th, 1929. Step update, please.
Yeah, so we've already gone over the language to be inserted. Again, it was asked of staff at the first reading to kind of do a deeper dive of what properties or how many properties we're looking at. We identified 12 lots within Old Town using their legal descriptions as kind of indicators of if they're indeed double lots. That spreadsheet was provided in your staff packets. Again, I just want to make it clear, in no way is this ordinance initiating any subdivision. And if one of these properties does decide to subdivide, it would go through our minor subdivision process, which requires the neighbor notification at 300 feet, and then also a public hearing in front of the BCDC. So this doesn't in any manner kind of blanket approve any of these subdivisions. They would still have to go through a public approval process. But I believe that's the only update. The language is reads exactly the same. I just did a bit deeper dive of those parcels that could be affected.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
If Brandon can hear me, I have a question.
Go ahead
and try.
Brandon.
Yeah, go ahead, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
He said,
Okay. Would it be possible to amend the code to grant the Board of Adjustments authority to grant variances on the property by property basis to address this issue of the double lots that were downside because of the alleys? Is that something we could do?
yeah, you could definitely expand their authority to grant variances on this particular issue. I mean, that was one option that was considered a while back, and at that time, at least, the direction was it'd rather just have these approved rather than go through additional process. But you could do that. Right now, their jurisdiction's only it wasn't specific enough to really allow for this.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I guess my only, and Brandon, you can chime in here, is how do you prove kind of an onerous process or a burden. I think the case for uniqueness of the property can be made because they're double lots and they don't match the neighborhood characteristic, but proving burden, I think that would be difficult for the applicant to do, but that's one person's 2 cents.
Any other questions for staff, please?
I have a simple question. Why are we doing this?
It would allow,
So we're doing this because back in 2022, an applicant came to the previous planner to subdivide the lot and was not able to. The lot was, when they were originally platted, at least the research I can find, and someone else can provide more information. They were all 14,000 square feet originally, but then once alleys and right of ways were built in, those made those lots less than the required 14,000 to divide into 2 7,000 square foot lots. So it was the previous board passed a ordinance to try to get to this point. Unfortunately, the language that was drafted at that time did not take the ball kind of over the finish line. It just brought all of the lots under 7,000 square feet that were platted prior to that point into conformance. So they're not legally non-conforming anymore. So that's what that original code amendment did. But when you look at the legislative intent and the discussions and the minutes, at least it seems pretty clear that the Board of Trustees at that time was trying to allow the subdivision of these lots. So the reason why we're doing this now is that same applicant has come again to try to subdivide the lot, me not knowing that this amendment had happened. I said, no, I'm sorry, you don't have the real estate to do so. And then that's when kind of the history of this ordinance came to me.
So you're telling me that none of these lots that you've listed here, which are all less than 14K square feet, none of them can be legally subdivided at present?
No, sir.
correct. So would add 12 additional single-family lots to town. If the owner chose to pursue subdivision, which is its own process, which meets the goals identified throughout your comp plan as identified in the statement.
Yeah, and I didn't touch on that. Also provided those sections of the Lions Drive comprehensive plan. And there was a lot of language about infill and using lots and the kind of the highest and best use of central neighborhoods. And central neighborhoods is exactly where we're discussing. So there's a lot of discussion within the comprehensive plan kind of leading up to a code amendment such as this.
Other questions for staff? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. If you're here to speak to this, I don't believe we have another sign-up sheet, so feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address, and we'll go with 4 minutes for this. Hopefully, we can all be succinct at this point in the evening. So I'll open the public meeting. Who would like to address the board? Come on up, Betty.
My name is Bernadette Powell. I guess I should tell you that. Most of you know me as Bunny. I live at 221 Stickney, and a lot of these lots affect my neighborhood. Let me see what I wrote. I think I didn't understand. I'd like more information on why these lots can't be legally subdivided, because I don't think we understood that. But what I'd like you to think about is you're making a decision on the lots in the old town, which I believe that of the 6 trustees, that you folks don't live there. So this would change the 6 trustees.
I'm a trustee.
Oh, okay. The non-mayor, because I know that you're more for development and maximizing use of land and things like that. Or anyway, forgive me for saying that. But I've lived in that neighborhood for about 30 years, and one of the lots adjoins me, and it's got a 45-degree grade. It would be, what I don't like about this is it facilitates development of that lot and makes it more attractive, I guess, to a developer. And that would seriously affect the stability of the hillside and my quality of life. So I guess why I don't like it is because it's trying to facilitate growth and more dense development in the old town, which I believe changes the makeup. And I wish, because I felt like there was a process in place, and I think I've gotten new information for folks to petition the board or the town for this to happen, like if they wanted to subdivide. And so I don't understand why we're making a special kind of legislation for that to happen automatically.
So, I'm gonna clarify briefly. Nothing is happening automatically. Nothing is happening automatically. We are making it possible for these folks to apply to subdivide.
Okay.
That's not
And
approval.
before, they were not allowed to apply.
Correct.
I think that clarification is really important. I didn't
Okay.
understand that before.
I'm glad you asked the question.
And also clarifier is when you say Old Town is the entire town of Lyons, except for Stone Canyon, Eagle Canyon, and LVP. That's it. That means everything else, so.
Oh, like the development at the high school is around that area.
No, that's not included in this, but a lot of people are referring kind of to North Central. It really goes from all of Old Nortonville down to the second end of the bridge. The council wants to, is involved as well.
Okay, well, I think I had a misunderstanding, since this isn't making them subdivided, it's just allowing them. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Benny. Anyone else like to speak during the public hearing?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'll take it. Just for now, I'll give you a little history. My name is Lana Skinner. I live at 208 Seward. We own that property, and we also own the property at 436 Park. And we used to own the property on 603 High Street. I'm sorry, Second Avenue, which we subdivided. By the way, we own 2 lots there. We own 2 lots on Prospect, and we own 2 Nortonville lots that are on the home up there. I disagree with you that we can't subdivide them right now. My understanding was we're 5,000 square foot in Old Town, not Nortonville lots. And the alley, even though it was more like an easement to the town, was considered net square footage, but the lot itself is 50 by 100. Nortonville lots are 75 foot wide by 100, so they would qualify under any circumstances. And our one on High Street they were 50 by 100, 2 lots, and we split that one. So when that changed, that we couldn't apply for that, I had no idea, because we always could. So I don't know why we're here, I guess. We don't like this happening here. We like the neighborhoods that we have. We like the space. And changing these things changes our lifestyles and our enjoyment of our property. Now, we don't have to do it. Somebody will do it probably after we're long gone. But still, you're changing the character of the town. And that's why making this easier, facilitating this growth is one of those things that changes that. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Eric Janik. I live at 214 Stickney, across from Cinnamons and Bunny. And my feeling is that yes, a lot of people want to live in Lyons. If I wanted to live in Lyons, I moved here. A lot of those people would, the reason they would want to live in Lyons is to be able to slam the door behind them, just like you would say that we're slamming the door behind them by opposing this rezoning.
We're not rezoning.
Or I'm sorry, the subdivision. So I'm opposing it. As Lana said, with the process already exists. I'm looking at the proposal, and I only learned about the proposal when somebody gave me a map and showed me the parcels that were being considered. And I was alarmed because I'd never heard of this before. And I'm looking at, and you know, at least two of those parcels have two very habitable residences right smack in the middle of them. And one of them is environmentally very unsuitable for redevelopment without causing considerable hardship to the next door neighbors. That's that hillside where the foxes have had their habitat, where you know, for years it's been acknowledged that you can't build anything on that thing. Well, someday some developer is going to come along and say, hey, I'm going to develop that thing. And he's going to have to chew away at most of it in order to create a space to build something on it. And it's going to cause considerable hardship to the people who live adjacent to it. So my concern is that we're kind of opening the door, but then we're saying, oh, but you have to, you know, maybe you have to address our environmental concerns. Well, why are we even opening the door if the environmental concerns are going to be so great that this parcel is not going to be developed? And I also have one question. I wanted to know, is there a developer who's already in on this proposal?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm aware of one person who would like to subdivide their lot.
And he's a current
One
owner.
individual
And
who wants to
he is a
subdivide.
current owner. I'm glad you brought that up because there have been many rumors that are simply not true.
Yeah.
So
Well,
no.
I'm glad to hear it's squashed.
And there's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea Marshall, owner of property at 218 High Street, Lyons resident for 16 years. My home was built in 1922. I also wonder why 2 years ago, when Dan Lee came to want to build his property, part of the second half of his property, why he was not guided to a variance through the planning, through the normal channels. I guess it's opened, it's just brought in this whole can of worms of what it went to 3 properties that I saw a couple of meetings ago. Now it's 10 and now it's 12. So I guess I don't understand why it's just not going through the normal process of variances. I haven't met all these neighbors before, but I haven't met Bunny. But I guess I have concerns, as they do, about the lot that has a 45-degree angle on it. I've brought it up before that is below the alley that runs on that is below grade to my property, and any building done back there would have to continue that so that it doesn't flood my property and my neighbor's properties on either side. It's a hill with just dirt where the foxes have dug into it. So there's no, if you walk around the other side of it, there's no bedrock there. So I don't know how they'd ever build on it, because of soil erosion problems. So, environmental impact studies would definitely have to come into play on that. I do think we do, want to have housing maybe that can happen on the eastern quarter. We have had our Lions Valley Park, our Habitat homes, our Summit housing. I really hope Lee Williams apartments are going to be opened soon. People are waiting for those. There are other ways of bringing opportunities for housing into Lyons without ruining the character and density of that central part of town. I also know we've had the flood, we've had the Marshall fire south of us. We should be learning from these situations that high density, especially where there's a lot of overgrowth, trees, and gardens that are ancient, going back 100 years, that density is not the way to go in those neighborhoods. I was really concerned where it was brought up at the last meeting that like a neighbor next to me or one of these lots could build a home on the second half of the property, the subdivided part, and then have an ADU in addition to their own home, which they could also add an ADU to. So you could go from one neighbor next door to 4 and trying to figure out where parking is going to be for all of those people. So I ask you again to look at building responsibly while preserving the character, nature, and quality of our lives in town. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hi, my name's Cindy Fisher, 125 Eagle Valley Drive. This is not my neighborhood. I'm not that lucky. But listening and having it said that a piece of property that was a double lot in 1929 is not part of the character of that neighborhood, I truly don't understand that. That would have been the character of the neighborhood, right? If they had double lots up in that time, up to 1929, that kind of makes it the character of the neighborhood. It also makes it the charm that makes us love this town. We love the stream and the parks, but people come, whenever you say, I'm from Lyons, it's like, it's so charming. Well, it wouldn't take very long with that few houses that have that charm to have it, people not say, wow, you're lucky you live in that charming place. Really not my business, I'm sorry. I'm from a new part of town that is not charming, but I don't get it.
Next.
Request for sympathy. Steve Good, 125 Eagle Valley Drive. I think one of the components that's important is that I hope there's some control on the style of construction if they do these double lots. Prop 123, they can build up to whatever they want to. There are no more setbacks. They could put in a slot development for multiple. So I would hope there would be some control on what would be allowed to be built. I know homeowners have rights, but I think the character of the town could be very easily, quickly diminished.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online like to speak to this? We'll close the public hearing and I would entertain a motion.
I'm just gonna go to it. I move that we approve ordinance 1164, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16-3-150 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow subdivision of lots recorded on March 2019-21.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second that opens discussion. I'm going to take a point of privilege, and I don't normally do this, but I'm going to open discussion on this topic tonight because you're right. This is my neighborhood. You are my neighbors. You see me all day long, always welcome to come and talk to me. My home is interesting, and I thank you for including the 1929 plat in our packet. In 1929, the home I live on was actually a double lot. Me and the lot immediately adjacent to my north, right? Today, it's 2 lots. The lot I live on is less than 6,000 square feet. I would say that both my home and the home next to me contribute to the character of our town and of our neighborhood. One of the lots we're talking about, people talking about doubling the housing. One of the lots is actually owned by the town of Lyons, and it's where the post office is. This ordinance makes it possible for someone, should they wish to apply for a subdivision. It does not change the zoning at all. It does not necessitate any sort of subdivision at all. It gives the owners of these properties the right to subdivide as other property owners, like the one who apparently owned the land on which I live in 1929, they were able to subdivide. So this doesn't approve any development. I understand that hill that can't be built on. Believe me, I walk by it all the time. This isn't a development proposal for that hill. The current owners of that property could propose a development on that hill tomorrow. All this does is subdivide the land. All it does is make it possible for someone to apply for that subdivision and then have to go through the public process in order to receive that subdivision. Where this is still R1 zoning. Nobody is talking about changing zoning. Nobody is talking about changing density at all. If you look,
ADUs, isn't it already R2 zoning?
no, it's not, and that is, excuse me, that is now a state law, which you might not be aware of. We have no say whatsoever about ADUs anymore, period. Now, if I can please continue.
I'm sorry.
We, as property owners, you have private property rights. If you have concerns about what your neighbors might or might not do, I suggest you go and talk to your neighbors about what they might or might not do. It's funny, I've been told over the past few years that I am too pro-development. I've been told I'm too anti-development, so I think I might be doing something right. So I am going to vote yes on this. I think it makes something right that hasn't been right in a while. And I don't think it's going to result in change to the neighborhood character. I love the character of the neighborhood I live in. That's why I live there. I'm not interested in changing that. So I'm going to vote yes on this. I think it's a good ordinance. And that's what I have to say about that. Mayor Pro Tem?
I believe that having consistency is important, and so I think we're just correcting a wrong here. And I think righting a wrong is a good idea. It does not give approval to anything that might happen. Every single property that would be developed would have to come before, would have to go through all the same things anybody else does. So all we're doing is making a level playing field and not approving specific building on lots. So yes, I intend to vote for this.
Trustee Browning?
Yes, I'm gonna be voting no on this for just the reasons that I'll try to go through as quickly as I can. I don't think it's necessary as Ms. Cinnamon has said, and as we talked about the last meeting, there have been subdivisions of these larger lots done before. And I think they could be done again. As the town attorney just said, I think a better process would be to empower the Board of Adjustments on a property by property basis to grant variances on these lots, and that also would be a public process that neighbors would be notified of. I think this paints with too broad a brush. I think we're changing the rules on 12 properties in various parts of town at the request of one property owner in on one street. And I have nothing, not against this proposal, but I think it just covers too much for dealing with a specific problem. I think the variance process would be better. I believe it puts old town neighborhoods at risk of tear downs of old houses and replacement with 2 new houses on subdivided lots. I've seen that happen in other places. We don't have any architectural compatibility requirements in the Lions Code. So anybody could put a modern condo, townhouse, whatever on those lots, not in keeping with the neighborhood. I also think that it's contrary to the comprehensive plan. Page 45 of the comprehensive plan says that development should ensure the scale and intensity of future development fits with Lyon's small town character. On page 54 of the comprehensive plan, it says that we encourage small homes, ADUs, townhomes, live-work units, and apartments or condos. What's missing from that list? Expensive market rate, single-family homes. And I agree with former trustee and former planning Commissioner Edding when this came up last year and saying, I don't think you're likely to see small homes or ADUs built on these subdivided lots in the future. I think you'll see, because of economics, because it's lots built for $250,000 and it costs you $100,000 for utilities, and you got to put in sprinklers and construction costs and ballooned. I think you'll see high-end expensive homes here, and I think the character of the neighborhood is at risk. For all those reasons, I think there's a better way to do this than this proposal, and for that reason, I'm voting no.
Thank you. Trustee Delman?
Well, I see both sides of this. And so I was going to vote yes, and I think Trustee Browning just convinced me to vote no. I hate to say, but
I could get you in trouble.
Trustee Hammer?
I'm conflicted on this as well. I think, as has been mentioned, this is really just correcting something back from 1929. So,
No, from 22.
So it's, I mean, because of some alleys that took square footage away, it's really removed the capability of people to subdivide a lot that they should have the right to. And I did look at the 12 properties. I'd say half of those, there's homes sitting in the middle of the property. So we're really probably talking about 6 lots. Matter of fact, there's one brand new home, double lot, that I can't imagine that changing. So anyway, I would say changing the neighborhood character, I have a hard time with that, because the neighborhood character in my mind is it's single family homes on single lots for 95+%. So I have a hard time buying that argument. Let's see. And as mentioned, the development process would stop things. I mean, this is just giving somebody the right. You got to go through all these other processes to actually get to where you're going to build. So all that said, I'm conflicted. I do, are we trying to solve a problem here that maybe doesn't exist? And can we go through the Board of Adjustments? I think that's a possibility. So anyway, long story short, I'm not sure which way I'm going to push the button when we vote.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting no on this as well. My problem is I think it takes a broad brush to a problem that has a solution. If they want to subdivide the lots, I believe there's a process, a variance process that they can apply for. A larger issue is that I don't think this ordinance respects the neighborhood or the residents of that neighborhood. I think it We have longtime residents, we have newcomers. Either way, they've invested their money in the neighborhood. They are obviously emotionally invested in the neighborhood. I also think this is just an effort to densify this part of Lyons to have more infill, which I don't agree with, particularly in this neighborhood. I take heart to what Mayor Rogan says about her lot formerly being a double lot, but I have to remind her that these are different times. When her lot was divided in two, I'm sure that the houses that were built there were in character with the neighborhood. But like Trustee Browning, I've seen too many instances where older neighborhoods houses have been scraped. Two new houses have been put up totally out of character with the neighborhood. I'm gonna be going no on this.
Thank you. Point of clarification,
Yes,
is there a variance process?
not for this. A variance is granted only if there is a hardship due to mostly topography. So that house, the lot with the hill, they could come before, and say, we have a hardship, we don't want to move this hill, or we can't move the hill, and that might be granted. But right now, financial, size, none of those things count. Even, you'd have to adopt a new ordinance to add this to the Board of Appeals responsibilities, and
Board of
I don't know.
Adjustments.
Board of Adjustments, but I know those are also set statutorily, so Brandon, I don't know what it involves to add something different to their consideration. But
Yeah, I think you, sorry, I can answer that question in terms of what it would take. I mean, it would take an ordinance expanding their jurisdiction, or probably what we would do is we would take the same section of code and say explicitly that someone who falls below this threshold, you can even limit to the same 1929 lots or whatever, could apply to the Board of Adjustments. But right now, if you look at the criteria for the Board of Adjustments, like, these lots would not qualify, which is why this was done in the first place. It just doesn't really fit the nature of a Board of Adjustments decision.
Another note on that, Board of Adjustments is a group currently of 5 people who would make that decision. If you kept it in a subdivision process, there would be public hearings at Planning Commission and the board level on development.
Thank you.
That's something to consider. I have one other clarification before you guys vote. Trustee Hamrick, I agree. I think the character of the neighborhood is actually small lots. There's only 12 that aren't out of hundreds. So I think the current character of the neighborhood is small lots. Maybe back in 1929 it was double, but since then everyone wanted to subdivide apparently. There's only 12. So I think the double lots are actually not in character with the rest of the neighborhood. Secondly, I think you're more likely to get a large home on a double lot and someone can come in and scrape it and put it up than you are on a 6,000 square foot lot with setbacks.
And I want to clarify this, the zoning is not changing. Someone cannot subdivide a lot and build condos.
No.
It is still R1 zoning.
Which does allow an ADU.
Which does allow an ADU, does not allow townhomes or condos. There's no discussion right now of changing this R1 zoning to anything else.
Yep.
Just to make that clear. So that I don't believe lends itself to densification if the average lot size is 6,000 to 7,000 square feet and there's one home and maybe an ADU on a lot.
It's gonna be small.
No. Okay. With that, I will call for the vote.
And the vote dies because it's a tie vote, 3-3.
Okay. Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Your house has been there longer than anybody else's.
Yes, consent agenda item 9 is resolution 2024-54, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the termination of a DOLA Renewable and Clean Energy Initiative, House Bill 21-1253, grant contract for partial funding of the construction of a solar farm and battery storage project at Bone Park. Item 2 is resolution 2024-55, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, finding substantial compliance and initiating annexation proceedings for the property known as the Tebow annexation, 4545 through 4559 Ute Highway and 4602 Highway Drive. Item 3 is resolution 2024-56, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the development of an area-wide planning study for the downtown area performed by Stantec through a CDPHE and EPA Brownsfield Assessment Grant. Item 4 is resolution 2024-57, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a construction agreement to Smith Environmental and Engineering Incorporated for the St. Vrain Trail Weed Mitigation and Prebbles Meadow Jumping Mouse Conservation Measures, project number 24-mowing-01. Item 5 is resolution 2024-58, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing the submittal of an application to the St. Vrain Left-Hand Water Conservancy District, partner funding for a study to determine the scope of a project to improve the flows in the St. Vrain Creek east of McConnell Drive. Item 6 is resolution 2024-59, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving amendments to the legislative policy concerning remote participation and other miscellaneous amendments. Item 7 is resolution 2024-60, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rescinding remote meeting policies. Item 8 are the July 1st, 2024 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 9 are the July accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second? Would you like to remove something from consent, trustee Roll?
Yes, items 3 and 4, please.
Anyone else? We'll vote on consent as amended.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Item 3, trustee Roll?
So this is the Stantec issue that we talked about earlier.
For those listening, we had a workshop about this Broomfield area-wide plan study. Just
My-
FYI.
My point in removing it from the consent agenda is I would like to have a vote up or down on this. I don't think it belongs in the consent agenda, given the scale of the project. I was encouraged to learn, by the way, that we could divide this up into the brownfields assessments and the AWP. I'm in favor of the first, obviously. I think the second is extraneous. I think we've done enough studies of the downtown that we don't need that. I don't know how I would propose that. Would I propose a motion?
Well, this is a resolution that approves the development of an area-wide planning study.
Okay. But if we, as the discussion with Planner Bowen, if we sought to divide this up into 2 separate efforts, would that be possible?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so you don't have to do anything about the assessments. That's a completely different, that's not proposed under the AWP whatsoever. Again, they're the same grant under the same umbrella, but they're 2 separate, there's 2 separate steps in this brownfields grant. So we can pursue the individual site assessments. That was not, and maybe that was my mistake. That part wasn't under consideration tonight. It was just the work plan for the AWP. If more guidance needs to be provided to staff about how to move forward with the assessments, that's something that we have to get started. But if clarification about what that process looks like, I can certainly put that together for next meeting.
So a yes vote on this will initiate the grant, and then it'll be up to
This
you
would, this
and
would
staff to
approve the
determine the
AWP.
direction of the work.
But Victoria has an answer for you.
This would approve entering an area-wide plan. So if you don't want that, you need to vote no.
Yeah, and
And then we'll still work on the assessments on the side.
But not under this grant?
It'll still be under the
it's the same grant.
It's the same pot of money going to do two different work streams.
I just need assurance that it would be, the money would be spent for the assessments rather than the plan.
It's not an either or.
It's not an either or.
No.
The assessments are the first step of the AWP, is that what you're saying?
They're two separate steps within the same grant.
They're two separate work
Apples and
streams.
oranges.
Yeah,
Okay,
apples and oranges and the fruit basket is the grant.
all right. I will move to approve resolution 2024-56, approving the participation in the development of a brownfield area-wide plan through CDPHE.
Thank you. Is there a second? Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Yes. I agree with Trustee Lowell's first comments. No problem with it, actually support the individual assessments. The AWP parts of this, I have a problem with it. The list of potential outcomes that was presented to us is just extremely broad for something that was supposed to be a brownfield study. All kinds of things in there, infill development, housing, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, potential location for a new town hall. I just think this thing has gone beyond what the initial scope was. And I agree with what Trustee Lowell said. We've got lots of studies on downtown areas and we're doing more. We had a URA to address blight downtown, and I just don't think we need to add this to the stack. I think it's too broad and it's not narrowly tailored enough. So I'm kind of a no on this because I oppose the AWP.
Other comments?
I will just say, I'm in support of it. I do hear the concerns, Trustee Noel and Browning, but I think one, doesn't cost the town a cent, other than time of the planner, and he would get reimbursed for that. I feel like if we can come, if this would provide, the AWP would provide a overall assessment of downtown and a more of a strategic approach, other than, as I mentioned earlier, it seems like we're taking a opportunistic approach to addressing different issues. That if this could help us prioritize spending on different infrastructure investments or other type of investments, and I'm supportive of it because it costs us no money and actually will get reimbursed for the town staff time.
Mayor President?
I have no comment.
I'm in support of this.
Thank you. I'm in support of this too. It will provide us environmental basis perspective for thinking about downtown. It costs us nothing. In fact, usually grants that cost us nothing actually cost us staff time. This literally costs us nothing for information. So I am in support. I'll call for the vote.
And it passes 4-2. Thank you.
All right, number 4.
This is the resolution concerning the St. Vrain Trail extension and weed mitigation. I'm bringing this issue up. I think it deserves some discussion. I'm bringing it up at the behest of the Ecology Advisory Board. I see the town engineer and Tracy are on the line here. And I guess what I'm looking for is some justification for the use of synthetic herbicides on the Preble mouse habitat.
So yeah, the project has a biologist and then CDOT's biologist. Also, they, in their assessment of the site, recommended that herbicides would be the most effective and cost-effective treatments for meeting the noxious weed requirements for federal CDOT projects. Was the justification for the herbicide, and it also went through the U.S. Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife Service, reviewed that and reviewed all the biology reports, and they concurred with the assessment as well.
Was the contractor made aware of the Town Alliance Integrated Weed Management Plan?
We
Was that
did
part-
make them, yeah, we did present that to them and told them our preference, is if there is other methods, but they really didn't feel that it was realistic to use other means for it.
Well, it's interesting in the 100% design of the trail, under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service required notes number 50, it talks about that 2 years after the trail is done, that only mechanical treatment will be used for weed control. It seems odd that they would condone synthetic herbicides, but then the ongoing maintenance of the trail would just be mechanical means.
Yeah, I think the reasoning is that you would substantially knock out most of them with this initial treatments, and that you really wouldn't expect to have too much after the construction.
The weeds, not the mouse. Knock out the weeds.
Knock out the weeds.
Did I say mouse?
No, he said knock them out.
Just for clarity.
Sorry.
I missed that as well, so I was on weeds too.
Okay, the other thing, the last question is, were any of these plans submitted to the Ecology Advisory Board? Either the weed control or the trail itself?
My understanding was in April they were. I don't know if they were or not, but that was my understanding, is in April they were.
My information is that they haven't received them.
Right, I thought they.
Tracy?
We'll need to confirm with Director Cosgrove, because he is the liaison between the PRC and the Ecology Board. And I do have emails where we're discussing getting the 90% plans over to those boards for review. So we would need to confirm with him, but I saw that there was discussion of getting those plans over for review. I don't know if the 100% have been sent over, but I saw the discussion about the 90% in April. And I just want to add on to what our town engineer has said too. So we have a design consultant, they have an environmental specialist on board on their team, and she wrote up her findings and recommendation for treatment of the noxious weeds. And that is the concurrence that U.S. Fish and Wildlife concurred with that letter that was sent, proposed to them. And that also was reviewed and supported by CDOT's environmental team as well. So they're all on the same page of that's the direction to take for mitigating these weeds for potential Preble's habitat.
Yeah, far be it from me to argue with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm going to move to approve this. One final note here. I just want everybody on this board to be aware that the presence of the Preble's meadow jumping mouse down in that area. That area is also on the IGA for possible development. So let me move to approve resolution 2024-57, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a construction agreement with Smith Environmental and Engineering, Inc. for the St. Francis Trail weed mitigation and Preble's Meadow Jumping Mouse Conservation Measures Project.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, concern, I see in here where there's both mechanical methods and spot spraying herbicide application. Any idea what the cost would be to just do the mechanical methods only? And I ask that because I recall the stint made by when Boulder County was spraying herbicides and lots of uproar about that. So I'm frankly surprised this is not a bigger deal. I understand there's lots of experts involved in recommending spraying this herbicide, but it seems like if more of the town knew about this, there'd be quite an uproar over it. So anyway, any idea what the cost would be just to manually remediate this versus spraying herbicides?
Don't have a number on that, just knee jerk. I would say probably add another 20 to 30,000.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion?
A volunteer corps.
Well,
Okay, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimous. Oh, I'm
Nope.
sorry, 5-1 with trustee Hamrick voting no.
Yep. All right, moving on to boards and commissions. First, I would like to announce that we had another resignation on the PCDC, so there are now 2 spots open on the planning commission. Please reach out with any questions whatsoever. You can reach out to me, you can reach out to Chair Evers, you can reach out to staff. Planning commission occurs on the 2nd and 4th Monday evening of every month. So it's not a small commitment. It's where I got started. Trustee Hamrick was also on the planning commission as the chair, so happy to answer any questions about that. Were you on the planning commission, trustee? So, anyway, planning commission to board of trustees pipeline is now open.
Don't scare people off.
Okay, mayoral appointments tonight. It is my great pleasure to appoint Tegan Johnson Moore to the Ecology Advisory Board, Jim Fosberg to Utilities and Engineering Board, Marguerite Fournier to Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, and Lawrence LeBlanc to the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission. So we're always so grateful for our volunteers who help us on our boards and commissions. Greatly appreciate the time and effort and skill. So thanks. Let's move on to general business. Item 1 is resolution 2024-61, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, pledging to practice and promote civility in the town of Lyons. And and there's nobody here. I'm going to introduce this if that's okay.
Of course.
So the Colorado Municipal League every year has a president's initiative. And this year, the president's initiative is around civility. And one of the things that I like about CML, about DRCOG, and about the Metro Mayor's Caucus, there's one thing all of these organizations have in common, and that is they are composed of people from all sides of the political spectrum, and they are entirely nonpartisan, working toward common goals. For CML, it's maintaining our control over what happens in our town, for example. So it doesn't matter who's voting for who anywhere else. We have this common goal, and our differences honestly never even come up in conversation. And part of the reason for that is we have committed to being civil. I think this board does a great job of that. The sitting board does. We have disagreements, sure, but we never make it personal. And I'm proud of that. I hope that continues. And I think by passing this resolution, which I don't know if you noticed, has space for everybody's actual signature instead of just my signature, we can signal to the town that we as a town government support and promote civility in all conversations. So that's my spiel. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2024-61, pledging to practice and promote civility in the town of Lawrence.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this?
Does this, I gather this applies among trustees, but does it apply in discussion with, in the meetings with the public?
It applies to trustees in those meetings.
Okay.
It does not apply to the public. They are not signing the resolution.
And I bring it up because one of our colleague trustees, it seems like in 2 different meetings, got attacked by
Yeah.
somebody at the podium, which I thought was completely uncalled for. Anyway, so that's the first thing that
Why
came
don't
to
you
mind.
have Brandon explain that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. It's a relevant one in this day and age. As we've seen civil discourse, really deteriorate in a lot of different public, fronts. And so, speech in this country, is protected from government interference. And almost our courts have ruled that, that right is almost no more powerful than during, public meetings such as the Board of Trustees public meeting. So, even if a speech we may disagree with it, it may be, what we think wrong on multiple different levels. So long as there's not an actual threat towards a person of immediate harm, our laws say that we cannot, silence that person from speaking. There are other avenues that we can approach. The one that's most recommended is just adjourning the meeting until people basically agree to be civil. But unless there's an actual threat against, an individual that's immediate, then, we are not allowed to, moderate the content of their speech. We can say you can't be disruptive, you can't, you can only speak for so long, but the actual content itself, we're not allowed to moderate. And so that's, one of the many reasons why, we can't use a resolution to address that issue directly. But I think the intent here is to set, to be a role model and to help elevate the level of discourse. So people in the audience be encouraged to do that as well.
Thank you for the reminder.
I think it's also, in answer to that question, it's important that this is, actually the title is that you're pledging to practice and that you're also going to promote it. And so that's all we can do is control ourselves and not what other people say. It's more how we react to that or not, yeah.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
You. Right. Are you ready? Okay, discussion direction on level 3 EV charging station battery, which is our final general business item of the evening. Come on up. Yeah, thank you. You feel free to sit at the table, Jan, if you want to.
She shook her head no. She didn't want to.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Of course.
Would staff like to provide a brief introduction to this topic?
Sure. So again, we've had the proposal for the four EV charging stations along with a battery storage system for those level 3 chargers. We're back again with some mock-up of the proposed location along with one secondary location that was in the packet. To briefly go over the secondary location, the parking lot, the triangle parking lot across from the fire station. There are still the concerns about whether that would be viable based on the agreements with the Moss Rock Hotel. And then it is also a new location, so it would require the contractor to go back to the state to review that with the grant that they have to see if that location would work. And then in Sandstone Park, which is the primary location, we've looked at a couple of different areas. Back at the beginning, we've been back a few times now with different agreements. There was also some brief discussion on going further to the southwest where the train depot location is. I remember hearing some concerns about the historic and whether that would work, but I have heard discussion.
Not the
again.
depot.
Sorry,
loading
the
dock.
loading dock.
There you go.
Thank you.
Loading
Yeah.
dock location. And that is potentially still, it is in Sandstone Park, so should not require the contractor to go back to the grantee for the grant. So that location could also be looked at. You could still potentially, if you looked at those mock-ups, project that again to another location in Sandstone Park, if that one seemed more viable. Trustee Browning had mentioned how if that location was used, you would take up, you would use some already impermeable surface and not remove more permeable ground by replacing impermeable surface with another impervious project. So you could consider that alternative also, just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Question, well, actually, Diana, is there anything you'd like to add before we move to questions?
Yeah, I don't think I need anything. We do need to have the battery and the power system 10 feet from the road. So that's one of the constraints that we do have for safety purposes of somebody driving into it. So, so thus that's a location on the east side. The west side is still gonna take some evaluation of what's it gonna take to put something on that concrete. That would be we haven't evaluated that.
Okay, and then, but that is a possibility.
It is a possibility. Staying in Sandstone Park is ideal for the grant. They want us, the requirements is to have a bathroom, lights, close walking distance to shopping amenities. So they approved the site.
Okay. All right, questions? Go ahead.
If we're talking about the old loading dock, are we talking about putting the larger piece of this on the dock or destroying the dock, the lot?
Yeah, so we would actually have to raise it up or take the dock down because we do need a pad. We need to get the electrical from the bottom of the system out to the charger. So we would have to have some underground work there.
But the actual charging stations would be in the location where the loading dock is.
They would be moved,
They would be-
so
they would
in the
be south.
drawings, they would either be they would be closer to the bathrooms.
Yeah, like where the ones are now.
Where they, yeah.
A little far, yeah, probably a little bit farther to the west, but yes.
I don't think a triangle lock's a solution. No, not after all the talk we had.
We've already promised it to the hotel.
Yeah.
And I talked to them just to ask if they were open to that, and they love the idea of having an EV charger because they hope a lot of their guests are driving electric vehicles, but they also, if you recall, the triangle was going to be their overflow like in valet. They were gonna like put as many as possible.
Yeah.
So they had said, you know, if the battery could go back by Longmont stuff and have 2 chargers in their lot and 2 on the road right there, they would be open to renegotiating that agreement with us. But it doesn't sound like the parallel, they have to, it has to, I don't know if parallel parking works for the chargers.
So yeah, it's possible. One of the things that we would need, I do want to bring up, we would actually need to take the equivalent of 5 spaces, because one of them would have to be accessible. So we'd almost need like 2 spaces for the accessibility. So if we were to go into the triangle lot, you could put the accessible one in that lot. And then it's possible we could put a couple on parallel park. It is a possibility if it's.
You know, I kind of feel like these spaces are an amenity, not just for visitors, but for the community. And I would hate for the charging to be taken up by hotel guests all the time. So for that reason, I would be more amenable to, I think, the west side of Sandstone and then doing some investigating into what that would take.
And probably run it by HPC just to get their input, if they mind if it's removed versus on top of it.
Yeah.
Does it have a designation?
Has a strong feeling
It does
about
not
this
have a
one.
designation, but it's more than 50 years old, so
Okay.
it's considered
1953, right?
57 or 53, yeah.
Wait a minute. We're talking 1957, it's historical.
It is,
Yes.
unfortunately, it is.
Sounds everything.
We could, perhaps we could paint the box to look like the slab.
I'll just, Mark suggested it be a train.
We could
We
try
can
to-
do
I
that.
can paint rocks. That's all,
Yeah.
that's my thing.
Right.
I just add that in looking at the loading dock and what could be done there, if there is the possibility of adding new spaces there in front and gaining, even if it's only 4 or 5 spaces, we're so short of parking in Lyons. And the reason I thought about that is when we were looking at library locations and plotting parking around there, that's one thing we looked at, is could we take out the loading dock? I talked to Laverne about it, and she was kind of indifferent about it. It was an old structure which she liked, but she recognized that it hadn't been around during the heyday of the railroad. In fact, was only used probably the last 15 years or so that the trains ran in Lyons. We were looking, could you add like 6 or 7 parking spaces at that part of Sandstone Park to give better access to the library? And so when this came up, I thought, maybe you could add parking spaces there, clear up the 4 that are set aside now. And it doesn't sound like much, but we're so short and there's so few places to put new parking. It just seemed like something that should be looked at. The technical feasibility of that, I don't know. Defer to the town engineering staff. I sure like it to be looked at.
So I see, one of the things, so we have a certain budget of installing this. I mean, if the town wanted to, contribute some construction on the parking side of things, we'd certainly work together on doing that, but we would be able to pick up
That's
all
kind
of
of
it.
been my opinion on what to do. Perpetual question. How do we add more parking downtown? That we, because of, again, the extra space allowed, we need to look at little micro lots wherever we can put them instead of a big parking garage and huge lot. It's just, there's no space for it. So if we can add 4, 5, 6 here, do it. And I think we could, the budget process is coming up, and I think adding more parking is always a popular budget item.
So I'm theoretically in support of this. I think, it would need to be messaged very carefully because, trustee Browning, I recall at one point, you might have made a joke about putting housing in Sandstone Park and people.
We talked about that using the West End.
So.
Yeah.
Well, in any event.
Housing, not me. No, if I said that, I wasn't serious.
In any event, I feel like we need to be very clear and conscientious about the
Yeah.
communication surrounding this. So, it can't be one of those situations where we make a decision about it, move forward and don't let the community know.
No.
People need to know what to expect.
Yeah.
Would there be money for demolition within this charging budget? If we had to take down,
No, it's you and a sledgehammer.
Yeah.
and it'll be 2028, I'll be done. So that would be a town contribution.
The
Demolition of the loading dock.
Yeah.
And that still requires review. So I would, for the direction, would also ask if you had reviewed the original location. If that was something that was doable, the contractor has already vetted that and it's ready to go. I understand you have concerns for that, so that's why we're looking for other alternatives. You, the trustees, all of you have concerns, so wanted to though still make sure that that was reviewed and that alternative still exists as an alternative.
I do have a couple comments on this. So first of all, just knowing there's small screens. There's some chargers that have big giant TV screens. These are not those. It's nice that they have just a small screen that people can, pay and charge. So I like it on that side because it's across the street from the post office. So people coming and charging and traveling in and out of there won't be as disruptive to the people who live there across the street. There'll be lights at night, people charging at night. So there's a little more activity gonna be coming in and out of there. So I like that location for lower impact on housing. And also the place where the box is proposed is like kind of between the trees in an area that I think the kids maybe ran around in, but it was never really used, and the park is for, gatherings and things. And so I think we can put it in a place where it'll be kind of tucked between the trees. doesn't look like it's gonna be in the way of roots and things, and we would be as conscientious as possible as we trench to get to the charger. So that's why I've selected that location, kind of thinking like, okay, least impact on the park, good location for charging for people to come, and less impact on housing. Those are my thought processes.
When I've been at the concerts or the Pride event, I looked pretty carefully at that spot also to see how many people are utilizing it. Not many. I think it is the better spot. I get across from the post office, it works, so I'm with Diane.
I mean, still means you can add parking down at the other end anytime the town wants to, but it doesn't, I don't think they have to go together.
And I mean, I know you're saying that the trees won't be affected by this, but I would is it possible to get some sort of opinion from a tree, an arborist? I mean,
How far down do you dig to get the wires into the battery storage?
We'll probably be going down 30 inches potentially, so.
30 inches?
Yeah. To the trench.
That's 3 trees right there all together though, right?
Pardon me?
Never mind. We can certainly ask if we can find out from an arborist.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the charging station goes there. And then we take out the dock and plant more trees. I don't know.
The history of those, you're talking the spruce trees at the end.
Yeah, the big,
Yeah.
The big fir trees. They were all, Ron Gosnell, I think, planted those like a million years ago, and I don't think they were ever intended to be that big, quite frankly. I mean, it's a wonderful spot. It's great. But remind me again, how big is this unit?
It's
Give me
8 by 16 by 7 tall.
7 tall?
And probably figure 8 with the concrete.
I'm kind of okay with it there, as long as you paint it like in the depictions here.
Yeah, I just put a piece of art as a wrap. We'll do a wrap and we can have the arts and humanities, put a little contest out there and pick something.
I'm okay with it there.
You're done. I like the West End idea better. I think if it's on the West End, if it is visitors, they're closer to seeing downtown, the hotel, all the things that are going on there, since that's supposed to be part of it. It's also closer to the library bathrooms, which are much nicer for our visitors than the visitor center. I think on the east end, we haven't consulted with, I guess it doesn't really matter about the fire station, but I'm hearing now it's gonna be 5 parking spots.
4.5.
And if it could go parallel, I would actually love to see it on the east side of 4th Avenue. And then have the charger be up on the loading dock or at ground level on the loading dock. I think then all the cars are facing toward downtown. I think it promotes that very easy walkability. I think it's really tucked away at the south side of Sandstone Park. I want people to stay as close to downtown as we can.
Question about the lighting, Diane, for
Yeah.
this. Can the lighting be dark sky compliant?
Yes, of course. And going down to the West End, and we'll have to do some work to get that done. If that is, there's a lot of design pieces, so parallel parking is difficult for accessibility. We have to have the width. So again, we would need to have one accessible space in the 4.
Yeah.
So
that's where the bus goes, because it is accessible right there where there's a ramp. But
okay.
Your choice. I'm concerned about those big spruce trees. I mean, people don't like it when we take little trees, and I see kids playing in that area a lot.
All right, so this is providing direction. Anybody care to propose a particular direction?
I propose the east side.
Anyone else?
I think if you do the east side, somebody's got to get out there with a spray can to show where the approximate trenching might be done, and then you could get an arborist in to give his opinion about the damage that might cause. Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, as we do those, sometimes we're hand digging, we're working around
Yeah.
roots. And there's things we could potentially do to mitigate those issues. Versus just bringing, but yes, we could certainly do that and look at a couple different routes.
I'm okay with that. East side.
Trustee Hammer?
I can go either way. I don't have a strong opinion. I do think using the loading dock, if it's structurally capable, I think that's a big question. Having it there, having it closer to downtown could, I am concerned about, yeah, is there traffic there that could disturb the residents? That's. Or, yeah. So,
The charging stations aren't like a huge high traffic area right now.
it could be if we market them properly.
I
mean, it's
see one
green
will make
power
a
for-
big difference. People will come for those.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Glenn?
I have to say, I don't really know, because I think I see benefits of both sides. And so I'm kind of confused as to what would be better.
Dan?
Really haven't gone deeply into evaluating the west side. I'm happy to do that. We probably need to keep that. I'd like to tell the state, yes, they are interested in this. We are just evaluating the final location.
Yeah.
And so we just want to keep the grant, because that's the issue, is that eventually they're gonna say, if you guys aren't doing this, we're gonna take it to somebody else.
Yeah, I get that, and I hate kicking this can down the road more, so I feel like we've been talking about it forever, but I think in order to make a really solid decision, we should evaluate the west end.
So next steps would be bringing the site application back. We had the site application, which is the next step in the agreement process to sign. And we that was where we stopped once the trustees saw, oh, this isn't exactly what you all thought it was gonna look like, and that's where it stopped. So the next step would still be bringing the site application with a specific site plan. So right now, the site plan is it going to go in the middle? We originally were talking about replacing the existing charging station. And we had some mock-ups of the east. So if Diane is going to look at the west, we can, and you want the evaluation on the east of the tree section. So I think we need to come back with a site application no matter what, to have a resolution on that. We can still bring that resolution, and then the decision can be made on, are you going to accept one of these locations and move forward, or no, or again, go back to the drawing board some more. So I think it's bringing the site application with a resolution to the next board meeting with potential mock-ups and the review of the locations. Where it's gonna go on the east, you have a pretty good idea. You just wanna know more about the trees, right? And then effects there. On the west, is that viable? That's what I'm interpreting as the direction to stay.
Yeah, and then, Brandon, do you have any input on that process?
Yeah, I think there's a few different options, and I kind of highlighted those in the staff memo on a high level, but I think we're gonna need additional direction on how to go, because I think it is a board decision on, I think there's several different options, but they're all kind of political decisions as to which one makes the most sense in this case.
Well, and I think before we make a decision, we need more information about whether it's feasible on the west side with the loading dock, how much it would cost to deconstruct the loading dock, and then an arborist opinion about the trees.
And also how many parking spaces with standard measurements, and I have no idea, you might be able to add.
I think we
on
can
that
have
end.
Justin do that in-house.
Yeah.
So you want me to visualize, does this need to go to HBC at all, just to get their input? If they feel that's a valuable asset to the character of the town?
Therefore, Tim, do you feel like the loading
yeah.
dock needs to go to HPC?
Yeah, I think so.
Could it go to them? But
That
are,
can happen Thursday.
Okay,
Okay.
so you want me to picture taking the whole dock out and replacing it not only with the storage unit, but adding spaces?
Or somebody suggested, rather than you putting it on top.
Yeah,
if
put
it
on
was
top.
structurally good.
And then
Or
put the first floor
Well,
spaces.
I think it ought to also put parks, because I just have personal
I
problems
know.
with adding impervious cover to a small park.
do
And I think Parks and Rec ought to be able to be heard on that as well.
I agree with you, and further, I think that, we're telling you what we're interested in, but if Justin, if staff has other ideas about how that can be configured as you're working through this, please feel free to bring
Because
those.
I think the cost will go up quite a bit if we, want to scrape out that whole
Oh, I know.
area and
Yeah.
replace the curb line. It's gonna go up, but that just, it's okay. We can find out what it would be.
Yeah.
So I kind of concur with you about the park, but I also, is there a fence around it too, so
No, you don't
kids
have
don't
to.
climb on it?
It's secure as it is, it's locked.
And they're
box,
not, it's not
secure.
an EMF thing for, but cars can't be within 10 feet of
But
it.
we don't want a
but kids
car
can.
driving into it.
And I'll remind everybody, we got some public feedback, maybe not officially in board channels, on how much impervious cover we added with the multimodal path to the park that wasn't universally liked. And before we add more impervious cover, we add the better options.
That does lead to the second part, was it sounds like you are agreeable to the park, so then it's a matter of what it takes to actually add this to the park, which is where Attorney Dittman was going in. Do you want to look at what is required or what you want to do to get that into the park TOS zoning?
It's gonna take, does that need to be on a ballot in November?
That's
Less than a
exactly.
half an acre.
There, I think it's up to you. I think there are several different options available. You could subdivide it, you could take it to a vote, you can do a determination that's similar to existing uses permitted in the POS zone, which would also additionally require a conditional use permit on top of that first vote saying, yes, it's similar to solar and battery storage. But there's no clear direction in the code. I mean, there's just multiple different options. It's up to you guys to give us direction on what you want to do. But I was really kind of just previewing that conversation for this discussion. And then if we were decided to put it in a park, we'd have to have additional discussion on which avenue to pursue.
We amended the code to add solar and battery storage, so we could amend the code to add electrical charging stations.
Well, that went to a vote though.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, it sure did, didn't it?
It did.
Sure
Yeah, yeah.
No, but that was because it was more than half an acre. It had to go to a vote.
Because it was an acre.
It was, if you're more than half an acre, it has to go to a vote.
See, this is what.
This is less than half.
Well, I know Attorney Dittman had some thoughts or conversation that we had on whether it would need to go to a vote or not.
Yeah, I don't think it does, but I think when the solar originally came through, there was also at that point in time some discussion whether it could be done without a vote, and the thought was it's better to send it to a vote. So I didn't know if that was the same direction here or not.
That was required because that was going to be an acre, so we had to do it under the ordinance.
I think it was.
The thing is though, it's adding a use is not a rezoning, and with the way that the language is written as a rezoning, it's a text amendment, and so I still think it's kind of a judgment call.
Well, luckily that's conversation for another time when it's not 10:30 at
Yeah.
night.
Well, let's bring it back.
Probably
with
will
your
be the
options.
next time though.
Do you want him to put the options for you to consider?
Yeah, I think we need to consider all the options, so.
Weren't they in the packet?
They were at a high level in the cover memo, but for the next discussion, we can bring it back and go through in detail the code sections.
Yeah, the next discussion about this, we should if we make a decision about Sandstone Park, then we should also at the same time make a decision about the process we want to use.
We're gonna shoot for August 5th
Oh,
for you.
I'd like to keep it moving as fast as.
It
we
sounds like
can.
HPC's meeting
On Thursday.
Park
I don't know when.
Park and Rec, they're not meeting
in
in
July.
July.
Oh.
How about one in August, second Monday? And then the other group you said was, just parks.
Yeah. Okay, so, do you have what you need?
I think so.
Okay. So moving on to trustee reports and requests for agenda items, I'm gonna go first and take another point of privilege here because I hear that there was some confusion about the potential ballot measure, and so I'm not sure if this is an agenda request. I'd asked Brandon for some guidance here. I believe the consensus among the board, although it wasn't a motion on the table, was to direct staff to prepare ballot language regarding the amendment to the 5-acre rule to be presented to us at the next meeting. So I'm looking to you, Brandon, to tell us if there's something that we need to do now before this meeting is over, or if that was your impression too.
My impression was that you definitely want ballot language back. The question was whether the ordinance should go back in effect and be conditional upon whether or not a ballot language basically approves that permanently, or whether some other methodology has to be used. That's kind of the action item for me. But my direction was to put on some ballot measure language for next meeting.
Okay. So,
And an ordinance, both.
yes.
Because it passed a second reading, Brandon.
Correct. Yeah. So it would be on second reading, but it's part of that discussion about how to do the ballot language. Basically, there would be some ballot language, but we need to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, so both second reading and ballot language, a resolution approving ballot language will be on the next meeting.
That's correct.
I was having to subtract from that meeting and not add to it, but there we have it. Okay, well then, since I'm up, I just want to say the CML board retreat went well. It was in Colorado Springs, got to go to the Olympic Museum, that was pretty neato. The Sandstone concerts, I haven't been signed up to sit at the table, but I've been kind of showing up anyway and sitting at the table, and people really appreciate that. They really, really do. And so if you haven't signed up to go and sit at the table, I hope you do, because it's a great way to talk to people. I think it's just much more chill, much more relaxed, more informal. And then at some point, not tonight, but at some point, I think we need to talk about the situation with the weeds on McConnell and how we're going to address that.
And he'll have to recuse himself.
Yes.
You can't keep it, aren't you out there pulling them?
Aren't I what?
I thought that was up to the president of the HOA board.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's all I got. Mayor Pro Tem?
HPC meets Thursday evening, will be the first time in a while, and with a fairly full complement, and we're happy to.
Okay.
That's all I've got for you.
The EDC nor the UED has met since the last board meeting, so nothing to report on that. Future agenda items, just as a follow-up to the discussion tonight, I don't want to leave the owners of double lots without a remedy, and so I suggested during discussion, and I think that could be addressed by amending the Board of Adjustments ordinance language to specifically authorize them to take up these things. I don't see that as any great rush, except there's one property owner there. I think we should not leave those people without a remedy. If I said that, I thought that's a better way to do it, then I think we ought to explore doing it that way.
Do we have a quorum on the Board of Adjustments right now?
I think you have a quorum, yes. They haven't met though for
years,
a couple of years probably.
Lucky them. That's what I originally volunteered for, because they met irregularly.
Feel free to volunteer
You
again.
know, Connie put me on the PCDC instead. Mistake of mine, but anyway.
What?
So the Parks and Rec has not met since our last meeting. And I do wanna tell everybody that we're having a festival, ice cream and pie festival at the Orchard on August 3rd. And there's gonna be ukulele sing-along. There's gonna be rock painting for the kids, and then Organic Valley is donating cream, so we're also gonna have butter making and whipped cream making. And so pies are gonna be a contest, and people can pay to rate them. And also we're gonna have a couple geologists there who will have a big map of the area, and people can bring rocks of their own, and they'll tell you how old the rocks are, where they're what kind they are and all kinds of information for the kids.
Glenn, has the 501 applied for a special event permit? You need to do that. You need to do that so we know you have a safety plan and if there's alcohol involved and because you're on public property.
Okay,
So you need
no
a,
alcohol involved.
you'll need a special event permit. You can, there's a copy online or I can work with Kim tomorrow and get it over to you.
Okay, and I already gave the information to Kim, but I will
Okay,
get that
all right, August 3rd?
August 3rd, yeah,
Okay.
10
Sounds
a.m. to
fun.
1. Still have enough time to get the permit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Sustainable Futures did not meet this month, so. nothing.
You got a month off.
Ecology Board meets tomorrow night. I just want to shake your hand there in Kaplan because of this wonderful thing that we passed on the consent agenda. Of course, this is the study that's going ahead to see if we can get some sort of minimum flow through the Highland Dam downstream. I've talked about this for years. The Highland Ditch Company sweeps the river generally for 3 months out of the year, and the only water in the river is the water we flush or the alluvial flow that comes in. And I've got pictures documenting that. I mean, that river in the wintertime when there's no water in it and just our effluent is like warm and green and filled with algae. Apparently, there's no requirement in the state of Colorado that any of your effluent flow has to be diluted by regular flow on the river. I was quite surprised to find that. But kudos to you, Aaron, for getting this off the ground. I'm looking forward to seeing some results out of this. Good work.
It's just the initial steps.
That's okay. That's all right.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that PCDC did not have a quorum for this meeting. So, all right. Summary of action items, please.
Yes, I've got ordinance 1166 passed to second reading. Attorney Dittman is to research ballot options. Ordinance 1161 passed on to second reading. Ordinance 1164 died due to a tie vote. The Sustainable Future Commission update was moved to a future meeting. The discussion direction on Lions Valley Park Lot 14 Filing 5, also known as 0 County Road 69, was moved to a future meeting. The discussion direction to boards and commissions on updating the Lions Thrive Comprehensive Plan was moved to a future meeting. Regarding the EV charging station, the board would like more information on the west side option, an arborist opinion on the trees on the east side option. The west side option is also to go to the HPC and the PRC for review. And Attorney Dittman is to review the parks and open space zoning issues, which will be on the 8-5 agenda. Trustee Browning had an agenda request to amend the Board of Adjustments ordinance language to address lot subdivisions. And we are to get special event permit information to Trustee Delman for the Orchard Festival.
Thank you, Administrator Simonson.
I have a couple more. I think you missed it. We don't always have them in the same order, so I don't have them in. I have, to advertise August 6th, this National Night Out. I don't think that's been on our radar at all. To work with Director Cosgrove with this EcoSource and to make sure, let's get some answers or change vendors on that thing. We'll be keeping our eye on the plumbing code because it does have an impact. And then other than that, I think just the amendment changes to 1161. I don't know if you mentioned those. And then I'm still gonna look at volunteers for that lead medication. If we could cut out 30 grand.
Brandon, do you have anything else?
Yep, I already sent in the edits to 1161, so we're good on that one.
Oh, thanks, Brandon.
Okay, great. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Second?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Good night.
I hope Christine's okay.
Yeah, her car just catastrophically lost a tire. So, and she
But
was in,
she's okay.
yeah, she's fine. Car's getting towed. So,
Okay, so you can replace a car, you can't replace a wife.
yep.